না একটা ফোনে দাও, ফোনে দাও।
ফোনে তো আবার অডিও সেট করি। এটা একটু চালু চালু করছেন না? একটু একটু বাড়ি দিন। হ্যাঁ, এবার একটু এইবার হচ্ছে, এবার একটু ট্যাপ করেন।
হ্যালো, হ্যালো, চেক।
এটা ওই সাইডে দেন।
চেক করছেন সবাই হলো ন্যাশনাল অ্যান্থেম সবাই তো দাঁড়াই গেছে
পাওয়ার ব্যাংকের কেবলটা দিয়ে আচ্ছা, এইটা তাহলে হচ্ছে আমি পোডিয়াম উঠে দিচ্ছি।
Thanks for your honor and solidarity. I would like to request Dr. Muhammad Abdul Rauf, Professor, Fisheries and Marine Research Technology Discipline, to formally welcome our guests and to participants.
A warm and pleasant good morning to you all. The coastal resources, particularly fisheries and mangroves, as well as their interactive dynamic ecosystems, play a vital role for food security, income generation, and export earnings for many coastal countries in South Asia. However, the connectivity between these two ecosystems is poorly understood, while their salient features are being increasingly disturbed by various anthropogenic and climate-induced events, and these compromises their future contribution to food security and nutrition. Given this context, the FMRT discipline, that means Fisheries and Marine Resource Technology discipline of Khulna University, Bangladesh Environment and Development Society, and Global Nature Fund organizes 3 days international symposium on healthy mangroves and sustainable fisheries for climate resilient coastal community in South Asia. Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Dr. Mahmoud Hussain, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Khulna University. Special guest, Dr. Abul Kalam Azad, Dean, Life Sciences School of Khulna University. Khandukar Mahabubul Haq, Director General, Department of Fisheries, and Muhammad Jahidul Kabir, Deputy Chief Conservator of Forest, Bangladesh Forest Department. Symposium keynote speaker, Dr. Norman C. Duke from James Cook University, Australia. Distinguished participants from various countries, from various departments, institutions, universities, government and non-governmental organizations. A very warm welcome to all in this international symposium. Thank you for your patience here.
Thank you so much for your gracious welcome. The co-organizer of the symposium, Fisheries and Marine Resource Technology discipline, belongs to Life Sciences School, which fosters interdisciplinary learning and research approaches that creates an academic environment with access to global knowledge pools so as to adapt that knowledge to local context. Now, I would like to request the Honorable Dean of Life Sciences School, Professor Dr. Abul Kalam Azad, to deliver his valuable speech as the special guest of this inaugural session of the symposium.
Assalamu alaikum. Honorable Chief Guest, distinguished special guest, Chair of the symposium, distinguished participants, colleagues, and students. I welcome all of you to this very important international symposium on healthy mangroves and sustainable fisheries for climate resilient coastal communities in South Asia. Sundarban, the largest single-tract mangrove forest, is located in Bangladesh. It is very rich in flora, fauna, fishery resources, biodiversity, and it absorbs a lot of carbon dioxide, gives us oxygen to maintain balance in the atmosphere. It protects us from storm surges, cyclones, etc. So this mangrove forest is very important in this region. But this forest presently under threats, a lot of threats are there. There are effects of climate change, natural disaster, cyclone, and upstream water diversion by Indian river-linking projects. So fresh water is decreasing gradually. And there is a lot of pollution, navigation from port activities, naval ships, and other commercial ships. And there is also deforestation in this region. The place where we are standing now, at a time this was covered by forest. So by deforestation, it decreases. And there is a lot of encroachment by infrastructure development, like polder or fisheries, this type of thing. So this forest ecosystem is under threat. So we have to think about taking care of this. And we have participants here from about 15 countries. There are more than 130 papers represented here. And valuable research knowledge, research-based data will be presented here. And this will be very helpful for proper healthy management of Sundarban mangrove forest, I expect. Again, I welcome you all to this program. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable thoughts.
There are more life forms in a handful of forest soil than there are people on the planet. The death of the forest is the end of our life.
It's our honor to have the Deputy Chief Conservator of Forest, Bangladesh Forest Department, with us as a special guest. It's my humble request to ECCF, EFG, in the Honorable Minister to share some valuable thoughts with us.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Healthy mangrove and sustainable fisheries for climate resilient coastal communities. So, in the opening session, respected chief guest, Vice Chancellor of Khulna University, Professor Dr. Mahmood Hussain, respected Director General, Department of Fisheries, Khandakar Mahbubul Haq, respected Dean, Life Science Department, Dr. Abul Kalam Azad, keynote speaker, Norman Diop from Australia, welcome address by Muhammad Abdul Rauf, respected faculties, deans, academia, researchers from different countries, and the participant. Assalamu alaikum, good morning. I think I'm very happy to participate here, and my acknowledgement to the organizer to invite the Forest Department in this a very important workshop. I value this workshop is a turning point because our earlier perception of regarding the mangrove and the fisheries was not like this. If we go back to Chakoria Sundarban, we see during 1980s what happened there. We have a very rich Chakoria Sundarban, and it has been declared as a reserve in 1903. But during the course of time, we have destroyed every forest. Now there will be no, we will find no single mangrove in the area. But from today, we can commit that this is the point, this is the time. We can value the mangrove, we will value the mangrove, and we will bring back this mangrove in the Chakoria Sundarban. But there is some land litigation now. I'll not go to detail, but I'll request the researcher, especially from Bangladesh, please read the history of Chakoria Sundarban. You will find definitely some clues and some values of mangrove for fisheries. Mangrove in Bangladesh, if you consider the overall situation or discuss the overall situation, you see, as discussed, Chakoria Sundarban, our largest mangrove forest, Sundarban, and the coastal afforestation in Bangladesh. These are the three categories we divide it. And as for the mangrove plantation, we have Forest Department started this plantation in 1966 on a pilot basis. Then from 1975, we go for a massive plantation. And up to the year 2022, we have planted around 250,000 hectares of mangrove plantation, though all not survived, but still a very good amount of mangrove plantation survived. And in the upcoming days, we have a plan to plant almost 1 lakh hectare in the coming 5 years. So many funding is also not scarce for this mangrove greenbelt plantation. And our main purpose of this plantation is establishing a green belt to protect the tidal surge, storms, and cyclones. But there are many co-benefits like the fisheries. It enriches the fishery resources in the Bay of Bengal and near shore areas. And the Sundarban. Definitely, we are very proud that we have a forest like Sundarban because it not only protect this region from the tidal surges, but it had many other ecosystem services that we have bestowed. And now in Sundarban, we are doing some very special management system. In 1990, we have banned all sorts of harvesting of timber species, but minor species we still doing harvesting, Golpata honey and fishery resources. By this time, we have declared 52% of this forest as a protected area, wildlife sanctuary, and we have other 6 dolphin sanctuary inside the Sundarban. We have started smart patrolling using drone. Recently, we have added drone witness technology. We are monitoring intensively, and also recently, with the assistance of the UNESCO World Heritage Program, we have started environmental DNA monitoring. This is a biomonitoring, and this is first in South Asia. We have already collected sample and sent it to Japan for evaluation. It's a meta barcoding system, and it will help us to monitor the aquatic habitat of Sundarban. If is the we can monitor species, we can monitor taxa and other resources. We can also monitor the climate change impact on the aquatic fauna and flora. So all will be very easy, time saving, and also cost effective. So we are piloting this one, and we do not have any laboratory right now, but we are planning after piloting, we do the try for the laboratory establishment in the Khulna. Also, now we have decided to establish a mangrove adaptation and knowledge center in Khulna. Already plan and design already approved in Khulna. We'll establish this one. It will be under the forest department. So this eDNA program we can implement in other coastal areas as well as the all other wetland habitat in Bangladesh. So I think this symposium will bring some proceedings and some important points, important directions for the forest department that we can enrich our management system for conservation, not only the forest resources, but also the fishery resources that ultimately help the coastal community. Thank you very much. Joy Bangla, Joy Bangla.
Thank you, sir, for lending us your valuable time and wise talk. The importance of fisheries sector to the development of Bangladesh in terms of food security, livelihood opportunity, and poverty alleviation, as well as macroeconomic development through export earning cannot be overemphasized. We are delighted to have the Director General of Department of Fisheries, Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock, the apex body for the development of fisheries sector in Bangladesh with us as the special guest of this inaugural session. It is my humble request to DG, DOF, Khandokar Mahbubul Haq to enlighten us with his valuable speech.
Respected Chair, Honorable Chief Guest, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of this very special university, Khulna, uh, distinguished guests from abroad and home, uh, faculties, scientists, my colleagues from the region, and representative of the Department of Forest, uh, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Really, it's a great opportunity to be here and get the opportunity to say something from the extension like department. And really, this is first time in this university here. I'm really very much delighted, and I would like to pay my gratitude to the organizer who have invited me. It's a pleasure for me and also for the department as well. Thank you for inviting me. One thing, Bangladesh and Bangladeshi, we are really pro with fish. Fish is part and parcel of our livelihood, really. And the main source of animal protein in Bangladesh, it's fish. Really, we like fish, we love fish, we eat fish, we produce fish. In our country, it's the land of rivers and water bodies. If you go through our country, you will see the water bodies. First area in rainy season, we have inland closed water bodies, ponds. We have inland open water, rivers, natural semi-closed water bodies. We have coastal areas and the very resourceful Bay of Bengal. The science is very important for the development of this subsector like fisheries, because the changes throughout the earth happening very rapidly, and we have to be with the science really. But I can remember and recall that the graduates from university who joined the extension department of fisheries, that is in 80s really. And you can see our growth graph that happening started from that period of time. So I myself and we who was are work in the fisheries subsector can be proud of these changes made really by the fish farmers and but leaded by the scientists and the extension workers from fisheries science discipline. Especially first the agricultural university in Mymensingh and then the Khulna University. And I would like to say here that the product of this university, who are my colleague, those are the uh, best quality officer of the department, especially contributing in the coastal area. Now, you know, we are producing more or less 4.6 lakh metric ton fish, shrimp and other fishery products. But more than 50% is from aquaculture, inland aquaculture. We are we are now self-sufficient in against our set requirement from 1960. But our target is to eat more fish, and we have a target of taking 85 gram per head per person in near future. So our uh, production target is almost double, and the main issue is quality, and main issue is the environment. And our export, the government have set our target of the Department of Fisheries, that we have to make our export earning from fisheries is just double by 2025. And the main source of export commodities almost from this very coastal area, especially the shrimp and other species. You know, we have inland fishes, but those are really, uh, really we are taking, we are using those for our own consumption, because most of the peoples of upper area, that's northern area, we do like freshwater fishes, but throughout the world, the demand and requirement mainly of the coastal and marine species. So now what we are doing in aquaculture for this specific area in the near Sundarban, we are going to introduce eco-friendly aquaculture technology, so that the mangrove forest and the nature is also be conserved. And we are now introducing cluster farming to really mm, uh, 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 organize the fish farmers of this area to combat with the climate changes, and also to comply with the rules and regulations of the country, and also uh, the demand of the buyer. We are considering that we are now organizing the fish farmers and try to adopt them the eco-friendly, environmentally friendly aquaculture technology. Recently, we have some funds for action researches, and we have 1.5 million, 1.5 150 crores taka for research grant from our department. We have received some good proposal from this university and also Potawakali and other universities and research organization for action research, especially to combat the climate changes, combat with other challenges, and really, our fish farmers are very small farmers, so small stakeholders. They have not any capacity to make some research or study to adopt new technologies and developments. So we have requested the researchers, especially the universities, to make some research using our funds in collaboration with the fish farmers, fishers, and the business communities. Still, we have a handsome amount of fund to disburse. By this opportunity, I would like to request the researcher present here. We will circulate again the third call by tomorrow. So I will request the researchers to collaborate with international other organizations and researchers to make some really research for the country, for the poor fish farmers who are producing fish for us. One thing here is the our special guest mentioned the Chokoria and Sundarban issues. Chokoria, we have some plans, and with assistance from other development partners, we have a mega plan, and we will really going to rebuild the area. The Department of Fisheries also invest there to really compensate again what happened there. But the community should know the really bright researchers here. They should know that Bangladeshi and Bangladesh uh, did a lot to conserve the forests also. Now after that, Chokoria is maybe an accident, but if you go to Sundarban, our farmers, our government, I can say they did not destroy any area really. And we have a plan in this area. We are re-excavating the canals, and we will make some changes there. And our farmers, we are giving them some fund to for plantation of um, the plants which are suitable for the mangrove areas. And also there are some researches here in Khulna University, and some our officers were also engaged in those research, which we are going to adopt really well. And the idea is the forest will be there, the Sundarban will be there, the decency will be there, and we will harvest some benefit from there, from aquaculture. So I would like to request our researchers and in the international researchers also to come up with some research for Bangladesh to really combat the climate changes and environmental issues, as well as to conserve the livelihood of the poor fish shrimp farmers of this very area. So thank you again to give me the opportunity to say something, and really I am very proud to be here again. Uh, so thank you very much, and really it's an opportunity for myself, for our department, and for the country. I hope that we will find some good findings from here. Thank you again. I would like to conclude here. Assalamu alaikum. Joy Bangla.
Thank you, sir, for your informative words.
Khulna University's vision is creation of global leaders who will contribute to make knowledge-based society through accelerating inclusive and transformative growth of Bangladesh and the world. The university aims to achieve this vision through scholarly inquiry and contribution to the global knowledge pool. It's my honor to welcome a visionary leader who has been leading Khulna University to achieve its vision. Distinguished audience, the chair for the chief guest of this inaugural session, the chief mentor of this symposium is graced by our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Mahmood Hossain, Khulna University, Khulna. I humbly request our Honorable VC Sir to deliver his speech.
Thank you. At first, I want to start with a quote. Mangroves are essential for the healthy and productive coastal ecosystem. That quote is come from Environmental Defense Fund. Actually, today's in the inaugural session of International Symposium of Healthy Mangroves and Sustainable Fisheries for Climate Resilient Coastal Community in South Asia. In the inaugural session, our chair of the inaugural session, head Fisheries and Marine Resource Technology discipline, the special guest, Khandakar Mahabubul Haq, Director General, Department of Fisheries, Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock, People's Republic of Bangladesh, MD Jahidul Kabir, Deputy Chief Conservator of Forest, Bangladesh Forest Department, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, the Dean of Life Science, Professor Dr. Abul Kalam Azad, and the distinguished researcher, professor, students, all of you. Thank you and very good morning, and you are warm welcome to the Khulna University. I want to take some opportunity to be very much strict on the topic. We know the nexus and we know the paradigm, that is the mangroves are very much linked with the fisheries. I want to mention some of the research output in very short. One of the research is published in Marine Ecology Progresses in 2011. That is very much related with the mangrove and the fisheries. And their finding was that loss of mangrove lead to a decline in the abundance and diversity of fish, as well as change in the species composition of the fish community. Another research finding that is published in Marine Pollution Bulletin in 2015, they found that the removal of mangrove lead to a decrease in number and diversity of fish species as well as decrease in biomass of fish. Another one that is published in 2017 in Ecological Application, and they pointed out that mangrove forests provide important nursery ground or the nursery habitat for many mangrove species, and the loss of mangrove can lead to decline the fishery production. And finally, in the 2023, 31st January, one paper has been published that is very recent, published in Journal of Environmental Economics and Management, and which is very much related with the coastal community livelihood. They indicate that the fisheries household expenditure a decline in annual income ranging from 5.3% to 9.8%, with the increase of 1%. With the increase of 1% mangrove loss So now we can understand really what is the role of mangrove. Meanwhile, we have a lot of research. We have done a lot of research. I have just pointed only the 4 important ones. Mostly, we are very much concentrated on the diversity and whether the mangrove is fisheries use them as a nursery ground or a habitat. But still, with the data, we have to be very much conscious with the data. What type of the data we need to conclude of such of the management of that one? In most of the cases, what we found, we usually want to conserve the mangrove and the fisheries resources. For that reason, we want to take some of the conservation initiative, which is very much related with the mangrove ecosystem. But what we do, we usually ignore the livelihood of the fishermen. Not only that, we declare some of the area as a conservation area without significant research or the study. That may be helpful for the conservation or may be harmful for the livelihood of the dependent community. So, today is the right place because you the people, you are coming from around the globe. From here, I think we can get some of the answer properly, which is very much linked to the mangrove and fisheries as well as the livelihood of the coastal community. We know some of the fish species are usually use the mangrove, but which species use mangrove? Which species at which lifetime they spend in mangrove? Are they depend on mangrove? Can they use other habitat as well as mangrove? We don't have much of the information on that one. Not only that, now we come to another point, that is the attributes of the mangroves. In that case, why do these fisheries species use mangrove? We don't have not much of the information on that. And again, what mangrove attributes are important? Because there is a connection between the mangroves and the fisheries resources as well. Not only that, now if we look into the community, then what will happen? How do community respond with the change in mangrove attributes? We don't have much of the information on that one. Then how do these species, that means how do the fisheries species respond with the change of mangrove? We don't have much of the information on that one. So what we can do? We can do some effective research on that one so that we can get some of the answer. I believe that we have already some of the answer, but that is not very much conclusive to give a straight conclusion in one sentence. I hope that this symposium, at the end of this symposium, in the recommendation session, I think you the people, you can end with some of the specific recommendation concerning the mangrove conservation, fisheries resources, as well as we have to look the community, because all the resources for the community and the community people. At the end of my speech, I would like to thank you again, and also I like to thank you to welcome to the Khulna University, and I also wish the success of this international symposium. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks to Professor Dr. Mahmoud Hossain sir, Vice Chancellor of Khulna University, for your advertising and guiding skills.
It's time for a keynote speech of the International Symposium. The keynote speech entitled, Hearing About Mangrove Ecosystem Health is Caring About People. For delivering the keynote speech, I humbly request Dr. Roman Situ, James Cook University, Queensland, Australia, to come over the dais and deliver his speech.
No, no, it has to go in this pocket. Yep. Got a pointer. Yep.
Right.
Yep. Yep. Left. Oh yeah. Yep.
Yes. Red.
And this one is the point. Ah, yeah. Perfect. Okay. Okay. Thank you. My name is Professor Norman Duke. If we got to stop. Perfect. Sorry, I'm just need to get myself orientated with the equipment and the headgear. I've been, I'm honoured to be here, firstly, to meet with you and to hear some of the, I suppose, the passion about systems. That is really important to me because I've been studying mangrove ecosystems for 50 years. We don't need that. Okay. And over that time, I must admit, I'm embarrassed also because this is my first trip to the Bangladesh and the Sundarbans. And it is certainly an iconic location with important information being gathered locally, and that is available in the research literature. But more importantly, when in the visit, during this visit, I've had the opportunity to visit the mangroves in the Sundarbans and to do a very quick survey, a visit, an introduction for me, but to learn that your mangroves in the Sundarbans are different. They're different than those in other parts of the world. Why are they different? Because they have a different canopy, they have a different forest structure, and so the questions about the productivity and value of these mangrove forests also has to be put in this global context. And on this image here, I talk about, and we've heard a lot already about the very close connection between mangrove. But the issues here for me are about the mangrove forest and the changes that are taking place there and how we manage those changes is really important because some changes we have to adapt to, and that's going to be important, but other changes we can control. So there's two levels of management that we need to be mindful of when providing advice. And what I'd like to talk about here is about the processes, etc., that are going on in the mangrove forest. I've got a picture of a small crab here in the middle, showing that there's a link between the mangrove and the crab, and then the crab to the fish. But the other thing that I really want to focus on is that the mangroves are being disturbed and damaged by both human direct actions and by, I suppose, the broad mixture of things of climate change, whether it be sea level rise or in salinity or river flows and all those sort of variables. So we need to know about these impacts and influences on the mangrove forests. And the knowledge about these things is growing. And important papers already written by people in the audience are a testament to the local knowledge, but there's also an international knowledge that's useful as well. And the picture on the right of the screen is to remind me to talk to you about that we need to develop a better monitoring system. We need to be observing as scientists, but as community members about changes. Observing them, we need to be aware from the observers that these changes are taking place. So monitoring an acceptable way to do this is going to be really important. And very briefly, I'm here, I should say, I should give a nod to the whole reason I'm here is for an Australian aid project with the Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research. I'm very grateful for that, or this opportunity, that has allowed me to be here to speak with you, but also to speak with the project team for this Australian aid project to develop or to a greater understanding in the linkages. Right. But I've got to also be aware that we're talking about the immense local knowledge that's here and the passion, certainly at Kulna University, with the Vice-Chancellor central in this picture and very passionate about mangroves and the fishery. And I'm grateful for the discussions that we've already had about these changes that are taking place. I want to say that there's this community around the world who are very interested in all these things. So this is community people because I'm also executive director of Mangrove Watch, which is an organisation of researchers who are supporting community members who may volunteer or have other reason to go out and monitor the health of the mangroves. And we've had projects in sites around the world, Australia, Thailand, and Vietnam, and Vanuatu and the Pacific Islands as well. So there we're trying to standardize the monitoring of mangrove shorelines, etc. And there's a lot of interest. I want to say that anyone passionate about mangroves here, you're not alone. There's a world of people who will join with you. And when you come to international meeting, if you get that opportunity, that's a chance to share that knowledge. Of course, it's well known that there's links with the fisheries, and I'll talk more about that briefly. But there's also a lot of other animals in the mangroves, and I've got pictures from the Sundarbans, obviously with the deer and the crocodile and the tiger. And these animals are also having some influence on the mangrove ecosystem. For example, the deer are grazing and browsing, so if their numbers increase, there's going to be an effect on the mangrove forest because they'll consume or damage mangrove seedlings, etc. But I'll come back to the fisheries because both here in Sundarbans, or at least for the mangroves here, Sundarbans, and in Australia, the big interest, of course, is the fishery and that fish like mangroves. But as Professor Hossain has said, this question is still open. There is certainly the idea that and a good knowledge, linkages, that they still require confirmation. And it comes back now to the habitat. Where there is a connection, and that's where my speciality is looking at I guess the human impacts and the natural impacts on mangrove ecosystems. And that the loss of habitat is clearly going to affect everything. So shoreline erosion, retreat, degradation of productivity, clearly release of carbon to the atmosphere. These are all important questions. But what does this look like? And how do we identify these threats, and how do we quantify these threats? And most importantly, what can we do about those threats? These are really fundamental questions to the management of mangrove ecosystems and ultimately the links they have with the fisheries. I have a schematic here where I talk about the indicators of change, and I've organized those indicators into a broad mixture of human-related down to what is not obviously human-related, maybe natural. And you can see the different groupings here, severe human disturbance, mixtures with sediments and hydrology, pollutants, and then pests and pathogens. And then we get down to climate change effects and severe natural disturbances, which could well be grouped in the same thing. And of course, I've categorized what type of indicators. Now, these are important because when you do the monitoring surveys that we're talking about, we also need to be looking at those and quantifying those indicators of change over time. And of course, it all comes back to the drivers of change, which are listed on the right side of this table. And I've given them names. It's not so much important what they are at this time, except that they cover the broad range of changes that are taking place. But we do need to identify that set and quantify that change. And so very briefly, I just want to go through the processes that are driving mangrove forests, because these are the things that raise the indicators of change. And I've grouped them into 4 levels. You can see there that I'm talking about the setting in level 1, and then there's drivers of vegetation composition. The level 3 is forest turnover dynamics, and then the forest response to severe damage. There's a research publication that I refer to down here in a chapter in a book. If anyone would like to see that, please contact me. I don't know if that's legible, what's written down there. But the important thing is we want to identify how the mangrove functions, or at least we think it functions, and then be able to monitor those changes that are taking place. Okay, at level 1, there's a very complex table here. I'm not expecting you to read it. It's just that, that there is a model that explains the setting of where mangroves are. But the main points I want to make is that we've got a functioning mangrove ecosystem between supratidal ecosystems, freshwater wetlands, more terrestrial, littoral communities. And then on the other side of the mangroves, we've got the low intertidal. So it's mangroves, by the way, only occupy between mean sea level and the high water mark. So that elevation range is only a meter or so, and that's where they exist. Now, they can grow a little bit above that, but generally the rule is that they stick within that range, and they're very constrained by that range. So when the sea level changes, the mangroves have to change with it, otherwise they'll be extinguished. They'll be removed, they'll go. Okay, so that's the broad setting, and it's driven in part by the climate, etc. An example of a level 1 change is where we simply remove the mangroves. This is an example from Australia. The Brisbane River, if you know, on the east coast of Australia. The red areas mark, the loss of mangroves between these dates and the Queensland Brisbane. This is the airport, the international airport, and that's this bit out here is the expansion of the deep water port, etc. These things are described in various reports. This is the location, but we're looking at quantified change of loss of, I should say, of 62% completely removed, right, for reclamation and expansion. this is a level 1 change. The whole environment's been changed to something that's higher elevation. There's no place left for mangroves in those locations. So that's a level 1 change where it's human driven. But of course, there's also level 1 change occurring because of sea level rise. I've mentioned already that the mangroves are constrained. You have a rising sea level, what's going to happen? It's sort of logical that you are going to lose mangroves along the front edge, and you're going to gain mangroves at the back edge, provided those mangroves can get established at the rear high intertidal edge. If they don't do that, the mangrove zone will just get slowly smaller and be gone. And of course, there are things going on at that high intertidal edge that are really important for managers. That there could be fires, there could be people clearing, there could be wild animals, digging up the ground. Like in Australia, we have wild pigs, and so forth. Look, I guess it's just a point of what is the pressure at the back edge or the high edge that are stopping the mangroves migrating. This is an important issue, and it's also accelerated by, I suppose, severe storms. Cyclones are also going to have a greater impact on this front edge and accelerate the loss of mangroves with sea level rise. And I should mention one that's very close to me is in Australia we had a mass dieback of 7,000 hectares of mangroves died in 1 year in northern Australia. This is a view of the shoreline and the type of mangrove. It's dominated by Avicennia marina. But you can see here, it's just the front edge, the seaward edge of mangroves just stretches off to the distance. All these mangroves died. What caused that dieback? It turns out to be something very unusual and unrecorded before. So we're still learning about the processes and the changes in the Earth's environment about what's going on. And if this satellite image shows you the basis for the cause. The red is marking that period in October 2015 when the dieback occurred, that all the sea levels on the eastern side of the Pacific Ocean were 20 centimetres higher or more, and on the Australian side, at least for the Gulf of Carpentaria, which I should point out is this gulf right here, is blue. But that blue colour indicates that the sea levels were low. And how low? When from the port tide gauges, we can tell that it was more than 40 centimetres lower for more than 6 months. So the sea level which was counterintuitive with sea level rise. But for those 6 months, the sea levels were lower, so the tidal rise and fall was less, so the mangroves at the back edge died of thirst. They simply died because of desiccation, etc. This is completely unknown before. I mean, this is a major change in what they call the El Nino Southern Oscillation Index for that part of the world. But I want to demonstrate that there are these big factors that are affecting where mangroves grow and what's driving. This is a level 1 change. And then we go to a level 2, which is what other factors are likely to be important here. And in this complex little figure here, what I want to remind myself is that it's all about, or dominated by, the changes in air temperature and in rainfall. And these factors are also having an effect. For example, in this image here, you can see a dieback edge of mangroves marked by these trunks of trees. And these indicators are important because they're telling you that there were trees at this edge, but they are now retreated back. That's an important observation. And by a corresponding effect, that corresponds with a lowering in rainfall. But as rainfall increases, those mangroves can grow back again. So there's changes taking place that we can explain by these phenomena. There's a paper about that in Marine and Freshwater Research in 2019. And it includes a model for that process that's taking place. On the lower axis is mean annual rainfall, and on the vertical axis we've got the wetland cover index, the amount of mangrove proportional across this environment in relation to the amount of salt marsh and salt pan. And at level 3, we're talking about the growth development model for forests generally. And you can see in this that it's the central boxes here are about establishment, stand growth, maturity, and then senescence. So those processes are interrupted because of changes in gap creation. And gap creation in other parts of the world, not necessarily here, small gaps caused by lightning strikes. And they essentially open as these small gaps, 50 square meters, 100 square meters in size, and then they recruit and fill in over a number of years. It could be 20 years to fill in. But the point is that they're in a relatively protected situation amongst the forest, so they can grow back inside there. Now you'll notice from this image, this is what I was talking about before, it doesn't look like Sundarbans. For those who know Sundarbans mangroves, they're more mixed, different species. So we've got questions about that and how this sort of process applies. This process is known all around most other places in the world, from Panama and Central America to Australia and Africa. So that's what I started by saying, that the mangroves here are different, so we need to adjust to why that is so, etc. And the final level is obvious. This is about large-scale damage caused by a number of factors, but basically it's about where the whole shoreline might die, and then it has to recover. And there's a process for that, and that process can be, for example, the large oil spills. I've looked at many places in the world where there's large oil spill impacts in Nigeria and Panama in Central America and Australia. The damage is severe, but the difference from the small gaps is that this is large scale. There is more exposure across the site, making it difficult to recover. And of course, there are natural factors which may be relevant here as well, and that is that herbicides and chemicals washed down from upstream can also cause dieback, and it can be species specific. If you can see in this picture, the picture is green with grey patches through it. That's because it's killing one species and not the other. Okay, so there's the herbicide is being very selective in its impact. And well, there's lots of reports, but one that's also relevant for here is tropical cyclones. This is a picture from Australia, but again, you know, the forest might be different, but the impacts of cyclones are likely to be comparable, and that will be important also. But in this case, the damage was in excess of 400 hectares were killed in one day, simply because of the cyclone that you can see in the red marking on the map up here is indicative of that kind of damage. In fact, there was a second cyclone that hit the exact same location the year after. And of course, flooding. Flooding in Australia is recently very severe. You also have major flooding events. In this particular case, there was severe flooding around central Queensland, East Coast. And in this instance, on the Burnett River, more than 40% of mangroves and all upstream occurrences were simply washed away by that flooding event. And I guess the other thing that's relative here is that there's mangroves fringing the side here, they're also deposited on by a lot of sediment. So there's also an impact of sedimentation. Mangroves only will be killed by 10 centimeters of sediment forming around the base of the trees in an event like this. So there's death not only from erosion, but also from sedimentation and buildup. Okay, what's been done? Okay, lots of things. I'm talking about the world in general. I know there's a lot going on here, but that sort of knowledge I've got can be useful, and we can share stories. But I think the important thing locally is to appreciate the partnership between forestry and fisheries departments and researchers, is that is a very special arrangement. It's not one that's very common around in other places. So I'm enjoying the fact that, you know, there's that partnership. And because I think that's where the answers will lie, is knowing about the forest and how it's being affected, but also knowing about the implications for the goods and services of fisheries, etc. In Australia, we have our annual meetings with a national stakeholder network there, but we also have research, the management. We're also looking at predictive modelling. But I also wanted to mention that there's also this Mangrove Watch program with community volunteers and community assistants. In Australia, we have a large body of people who are interested with Indigenous ranges. So we work with them. And the method of choice is the shoreline video assessment method. That simply involves the people who can be trained to use the video camera and a GPS unit, and they can just simply film the shoreline. And the knowledge that you get from that links with satellite imagery. So you get this hyperlapse imagery of a shoreline. It's continuous filming. And then it's linked to researchers or I guess it could be volunteers also, who collect knowledge about forest structure, etc., tree measurements, stem height, or stem diameter. This is it in action in Torres Strait in Australia, for example, with the rangers there. And the tool or the methodology is also applied in helicopter. Small helicopters, we can fly shorelines to get an indication of those indicators of change and identify those different kinds of drivers. We've currently covered about 20,000 kilometres of Australian northern shorelines to understand some of that with the helicopter work, but there's also a lot of groups you can see marked by the little arrows here, where there are community groups looking at the fine scale changes as well. It's an effective resource, and the point about that work is it's providing quantification of the changes that are going on, the types of changes, etc., so that this body of knowledge is available to managers to work on how that relates to how they might respond, meaning the adaptive management or the management where we can do something to, like oil spill, you obviously can prevent that sort of thing, or the release of herbicides or something. Anyway, I'd like to finish here, but I also want to thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you, and I hope that, I wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and informative response.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Do we wait for?
Yes.
Okay.
This inaugural session is being presented by Professor Dr. Mohammad Ghulam Sarawat, Fisheries and Marine Resource Technology Discipline, Kurma University. I cordially request our respected chairperson to hand over the crest to the honorable guest on the stage and delivering his concluding speech.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Chief Guest, or special guest, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to welcome all of you to this international symposium. So I would like to extend my special, warm welcome to the distinguished guests, many of whom traveled far to be with us today. And thanks to our keynote speaker, one of our member of the parliament, MP, and Bates GNA to be with us for this international symposium. So I think and I wish this symposium or this type of symposium can serve as a catalyst to enhance the international cooperation on the transfer of knowledge. And we know the sea has boundless patience, and mangrove is often called the nursery of the sea. But unfortunately, our mangrove, our the Bay of Bengal especially, Indian Ocean is blessed with Bay of Bengal, as well as the Bay of Bengal also blessed with the mangrove forest and the Sundarban. But all of these things are now experiencing severe environmental stress with sea level rise as well as hypoxia and acidification. So even the dead zone, the third largest dead zone has been identified in the Bay of Bengal, nearly half of the size of the Bangladesh in recent year by the multinational researchers. And it's followed, followed by the region of Gulf of Mexico as well as region in the Arabian Sea. So, symposium like this, one actually can give us the opportunity to discuss the common challenges, share our best practices, and to discuss the ground truth research and technology that can actually meet the demand of our demand of tomorrow. So our university through such type of the event, online university event will be able to contribute to the enhancement of welfare at both in home Reward University, Kulna University, represent various resource technology as well as our students are highly glad and highly delighted with your presence here today. And I strongly hope that the distinguished who gathered today will offer your generous support and encouragement for the success of this event. And at least one again, I just thank you all for your presence and support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. With this, our inaugural session comes to an end. I welcome you all for a short refreshment and tea break. We will be back in 11:30 sharp. Distinguished guests, here are some important announcements. I request all this gathering to follow the instructions. Use the water bottle for drinking water and refill the bottles from the installed water booth because we are discouraging single-use plastic. Find the token for snacks in your bag and submit the token to group selection. Drop the wastages in the designated dustbin. Ask the volunteer for any support. You can easily identify volunteers from their personal ID card with red ribbons. Thank you all.
এই প্রেজেন্টেশন থেকে খুব স্ট্রেসে পড়ি আমি বলে রাখবো যে 27 তারিখে আমার চালু করতে রাখতে 1 তারিখে প্রেজেন্টেশন
এখানে যে আছে রাসূল আমার বলে লাগবে তুমি তো বাইরে আমি লিখে দিই এই কে বাইরে দা বাইরে খেতে দিই কাম ও আমি যাব পেন থাকলে এখানে থাকো
people who value the mangroves and who are interested in the mangroves and understand also the importance. Here and thanks a lot for being here. Thank you, Alan. Now, I think I should start our session. Alan, I have kept this volunteer for maintaining the timing. So for the keynote speaker, it is 12 minutes. I mean, warning time up to 12 minutes, and you will take 15 minutes. And the rest of the people, we are having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 papers, and the rest of the people will take 10 minutes for their presentation, but at 8 minutes, there will be a kind of warning. It's a kind of warning, not that kind of warning. Yeah, that's 40 is the warning. So, should I start the session? Okay, no problem. Now, let me, should I introduce Professor Nazmul Hasan?
I don't, it's okay if you just read out my name.
Nazmul Hasan is one of the senior most professor at FMRT, Fisheries and Marine Resource Technology discipline of Pune University, and he is attached to many policy making issues and so many other research issues. One of the very good researcher in Pune. So I'm requesting Professor Nazmul Hasan to talk on the issues of coastal aquaculture and mangrove forest nexus, state of affairs and future research needs. Is there any need actually? Please, Nazmul Hasan.
এই এটা কাজ করে না তো
Mr. Hasan, you are having 15 minutes for your evaluation, but at your minutes, we just remind you that you are having 3 more minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairperson. As you can see, the title of today's presentation, it is actually, it will provide you an overview of the session topics, different topics that we will be discussing during this 3-day international symposium, and it is designed, this presentation is designed to act as a springboard for contentious and consensus during discussions throughout this day, today, tomorrow, and during the field trip. So in this short lecture, I'll briefly touch upon the coastal geomorphology of the dynamic delta that actually led to the productionist paradigm of development in the Southwest. And then I briefly dealt with Sundarbans and its aquatic resources. And finally, what are the knowledge gaps and intervention needs that we actually require for a sustainable and healthy community. Well, being part of the world's largest delta, largest bay, largest mangrove, single mangrove tract, even world's largest in terms of population density per square kilometer, apart from some city states, Bangladesh has the largest population density in the world, but the country is a very tiny land. But it is highly one of the most productive ecosystems of the world, Bangladesh, because of the organic detritus rich nutrients from the Sundarbans that support diverse agricultural activities, but mostly it is the fisheries resources for this productivity, which we actually, the communities, they have been depending on for their subsistence, for their income and nutrition. But it is productive, but it is also highly dynamic. Why it is dynamic, I am not going into that aspect, because Professor Dilip Kumar Dotto will be presenting a nice presentation, maybe today or tomorrow maybe. And it is highly vulnerable to many things, vulnerable to when we say vulnerable, we say climate change, but vulnerable to other anthropological pressures, in past anthropological pressures, and current economic development needs. So these three aspects are actually shaping the coastal Bangladesh, and these are the important things that we need to understand. So as I mentioned, that it is highly productive, the coastal zone of Bangladesh. Why it is highly productive? Because of the organic detritus rich mangrove water bodies. It provides breeding and nursery grounds for brackish water fish. And interestingly, I should admit at this stage that so we are told that, I mean, we know it is written in the textbooks, and definitely there are legitimate reasons for that, but we do not have actually correlation data, at least for the Sundarbans, that its role or nursery function of Sundarbans, but that is the thing. And we have a huge biodiversity, and coastal communities have been relying on fisheries resources since ancient times. And as you can see from this slide, I just meticulously copied from a recent publication by our Vice Chancellor. You can see the communities who are, which one is it? This one? Okay. So living within 5 to 10 kilometers, they are twice as dependent than those who lives far away from the Sundarbans on resource extraction of Sundarbans. So these communities, when we say resource extraction, it is mostly fisheries resources, almost 70%, and both adult fish. What this is fisher folk. I believe it is for adult fish, and because fry collect 35%, so it means both adult fish, small fish, or baby fish, in a very simple language, and for commercial purpose, for subsistence purpose, for their own consumption, and for income. So the coastal geomorphology, again, Professor Dilip Kumar's expertise, that it is extremely low and flat. The entire country is around 10 meters above sea level, and where we are standing now, it is 1 to 2 meter above mean sea level. So it is highly vulnerable to the anticipated sea level rise. There are good data supporting this hypothesis, and the climate change impacts, which was anticipated in the past, but this is the reality now because of the intensification and the frequency, all those natural calamities are increased. So apart from that, the land use, to my opinion, actually, the land use pattern dramatically changed. I mean, the anthropological changes that actually shaped this dynamic delta into a kind of dying delta, from dynamic to dying. Dying in terms of community, in terms of people. The delta finds its own course, but it is devastating to the people who are living in the coast. So in the 1960s, large-scale construction of earthen embankment, which is known by its Dutch term polder. Here, my Dutch colleague, Professor Mark, he's here. So polder is a Dutch term. So to boost the rice production, to protect coastal lands from saline water inundation, to protect from cyclones, the entire coastal area of Bangladesh were embanked in different small to large segments, and altogether it was almost 6,000 kilometer long and 139 up until now.
very important. We have to think about how to transfer this business into future. And for that, we founded the Association Food for Biodiversity 2 years ago. Here you see our members. We mainly have 27 members in our association. They are from different sectors, from the food trade, from the science, from the standards. And one of them is Naturland, and I'm very glad to introduce to you once again Dr. Stefan Holler from Naturland Association, who will show some slides on Naturland now, and give some information about the member from Biodiversity Naturland, which is the world's largest organic association.
Yes, hello again. I had a chance already to introduce myself. So I'm talking on behalf of Naturland Association. That's a organic association based in Germany. It's a non-profit organization, and we are around for around 40 years now. So Naturland basically is an association with its own private organic standards for a variety of areas. So we started with our agriculture standards, basically beekeeping, but also aquaculture, capture fisheries. Those are very important standards that we have, and our standards also include the requirement for social responsibility, and you can have also on top of that a Naturland Fair certificate. Today we have around 140,000 farmers in 60 countries, which are certified according to our standards. That means 140,000 farmers, they are producing their products according to our standards. And if you go to German supermarkets, you will find lots of products, from dairy products
that they are not harmed in the ecosystem. So how to do it? Here is they intake atmospheric carbon dioxide abundance is good, but there is a threshold level. We don't want to cross it. That is the poisonous. And then we have a very basic slide. This is some of our research, that is distribution and abundance of phytoplankton, and identifying the variables which are significantly influenced in this distribution and abundance. We have classified the physical parameters that are mostly consist of salinity, temperature, transparency, turbidity, and flow, and some others. There are nutrients which are the measure, so phytoplankton live on consuming these nutrients, nitrate, nitrite, phosphate, amino acid. And the other factor that is the abundance of other factors. The grazing and the competition. The grazing is from the upper tropic level, that is zooplankton. The zooplankton graze on phytoplankton. This is why the distribution and abundance is highly variable on this. And the competition. Competition between two phytoplankton species or more. All the nutrients or other factors they rely on. So these are the factors which are contributing determination of distribution and abundance of phytoplankton. And now we have the limiting and controlling factor. These are the two basic factors in any ecosystem. The controlling factors are basically those without these factors, no ecosystem can run. And they maintain the structure of ecosystem, and they have to be present in adequate form in an ecosystem. Without any of these factors, the whole ecosystem will collapse. And the limiting factors are slightly separate from these controlling factors because they rely on any single species. Like if you consider seaweed, the seaweed is a part of an ecosystem, and they are only available in the winter period in Bangladesh. Not in summer, we can find the seaweed in Asia. So how the limiting factors control them? The pH, temperature, transparency, and the ability of nutrients. That is only available in the winter monsoon or sorry, winter season. So the thing is that the controlling factor is all the other factors, but the limiting factor is only dependent on a single species. And those combined, the influence on the availability seriously influencing is most likely purer than the other segment. And next is statistical approaches. We have covered Pearson's correlation matrix of coefficient by using R programming and then the RDF. I just wish your name. This is Kashyap Padmi Bhatta. Kashyap. Yeah, you are having 2 minutes. Yeah, sure. Thank you. Okay, it's a complicated name. My name is not. Yeah, we have also configured a PCA by having some variables like physical parameters, flow fields, and some others. And they show the result that why diatoms is more abundant in the ecosystem because there are availability of nitrogen, pH, proper condition, salinity, and other factors that are optimum for the diatom so that they can bloom at the area. And there's another interesting factor is that phosphate is strongly correlated with charophytes because charophytes consume on phosphate desiccate. So where there is abundance of phosphate, there is abundance of charophytes. And then the next is the correlation matrix. You can see that the nitrogen is highly correlated with the abundance of phytoplasm. So the nitrogen components, where there is nitrate, nitrogen, and ammonia, availability there is has chance of availability of getting the phytoplasm. And this is the PC analysis. You can see that this is a narrow band, which is an upstream, and this is a wide spectrum, and all the optimum level is available for the nanoflagellates and the diatoms, which indicates we have a greater possibility of having good environment in the estuary rather than the upstream river that is for sure in the mangrove ecosystem. And here comes the summary of the results. So we have identified the 4 phytoplankton groups that are diatoms, nanoflagellates, chlorophyte, and charophyta. Total of 34 genus. And so we already said that the lesser abundance was found in upstream and higher abundance was found in estuaries. And the limiting factor that we have mentioned, that is the transparency, turbidity, phosphate, ammonia, etc. So the transparency, in terms of that, the suitable is the turbid water. So the transparency is lower there, but it is required for the growing of phytoplankton. And there is another factor that is salinity. We have the freshwater species and the saltwater species. And so the suitable is brackish water. So we have the both is here. Yeah, thank you, sir. The thing is, last controlling factors which are very much required to the suitable mangrove forest because nitrate, chlorophyll, temperature, and pH, they are very much essential to prevent on the type of ecosystem to sustain a healthy condition. And this is a research team with our supervisor, Dr. Rahman sir. We have been traveling Sugarcom, St. Martin's, and Visually for field study. And thank you very much.
So thank you. And now coming from Forestry and Wood Technology in Pune University, Dr. Mohammad Kamrul Zaman, also having a very long title. Contribution of pine woods is very important. Roots in carbon dynamics of the Sundarban and we usually use these articles, definitive articles. We usually use definitive article in before Sundarban. So, Dr. Abdul Zaman, because it is the only Sundarban. Good afternoon, everybody. Now I'm going to my presentation. Earlier, most of the presenters discussed about the aquatic resources. Now I'm going to the plant resources of Sundarban. So So my title is the contribution of fine carbon dynamics of the Sundarbans mangrove ecosystem Bangladesh. So first, the role of mangrove and we discuss about the role of mangrove and the host mangrove. So the first one is the mangroves, the principal contributors of nutrients to the coastal ecosystem. Everybody will know about those issues. So I'm going directly to fine root issues. So estimation of the below ground biomass as well as the total biomass in mangrove system. So fine root is a very key root system of the mangrove system. A primary pathway for water and nutrient uptake by plants and play an important role in the carbon dynamics of the forest soils. So they also play an important role for the NPT, net primary productivity of the road. And earlier there have no previous studies examining the production, mortality, and decomposition of fine root of sugar from the dark forest, Bangladesh, its contribution and role in carbon sink in mangrove forest in the tropics. So this is the root system of mangrove plants. So and the objective of this research is to study on carbon dynamics of fine root in the mangrove forest, and it is important to attack the affection of the global community by quantifying fine root mass and production rate. To provide information on fine root decomposition and to determine the amount of fine root necromass. So it's go to the research methodology to establish 20 sample plots in key salandros, and you already know that we have three distinct salandros in Sundarbans. So how we can estimate the biomass production? With the biomass and estimate for both of the above and below ground of the Sundarbans mangrove forest using available allometric equation comparing each other. And now the final production and the mortality study. The more sophisticated method, sequential soil core method, in-root core method, and the root scalar method are applied to estimate final production and mortality of the Sundarbans mangrove forest. The root litter bag, root litter decomposition bag are used for the decomposition process. So root litter bags are used to evaluate the decomposition rate of the dead fine roots of the Sundarbans mangrove forest. The fine root litter bags contained a known amount of dead fine roots and were set in the different soil horizon at different time intervals, so that we are unable to read up the fine root decomposition rate. So if you go first to the above ground biomass of the Sundarbans, we can figure out of this type of picture. Actually, individuals of different mangrove species having diameter more than 9.9 centimeters, around 10 centimeters, constitute more than 72%. We can go to the plot area, and it's accumulated represent only 17.4% of the above ground biomass carbon mass. For individuals having diameter 10 to 6 centimeters constitute only 28% of tree number, but contributed high in above ground biomass carbon accumulation, representing 82.6% of the above ground biomass carbon. If in case of low ground biomass carbon, is the same pattern shows. Goes to the total biomass of carbon pool, is around 10 centimeter tiles constitute only 15.6% of the total biomass carbon, and above the 10 to 56 centimeter diameter of the plants, they can contribute around 85% of the total biomass carbon. Like if you can go to the species-wise contribution to biomass carbon pool, so this first one is Abyssinia officinalis. Though Abyssinia officinalis constitutes only 5% of the total number of individuals, but contributed more than 38% of the total biomass carbon of the Sundarbans, due to its huge size, not in the number of the individual parts. So if you can go to the number of individuals, 88 forms in the first one can contribute more in number. And if you go to the biomass carbon production, you will compare to the other areas, So our case is like 170 megagram per hectare. It's around the range of anagram biomass carbon, neutral biomass carbon, and total biomass carbon. It's higher than the other recorded mangroves forests in India part, and Mozambique is different one, and the ones in Northeast and South China. In these 2 years, if you consider like the percentage in total biomass or ground biomass and tree biomass, and now we go to the tree biomass, the kind root biomass carbon, the soil date. That one is from forest floor to the 10 centimeter, then 20 centimeter, and 30 centimeter. This picture shows in detail the different saline, the oligoline, mucoline, and polygonal. The pine wood contributed almost 1/8 of the below ground biomass, and this roughly 1/13 of the above ground biomass. Therefore, pine wood contributed a substantial amount of carbon dioxide. Further, the crucial role in climate change by sinking atmospheric carbon dioxide. So it's a fine root carbon in different saline zones. That one is the freshwater zone, second one is the saline zone, and third one is polygonal carbon. If you can consider the species-wise total biomass carbon, which is already this is different saline zones, you can ignore it again. And if you consider the fine root biomass carbon, above ground biomass carbon, and below ground carbon, in this picture we can see the contribution of fine root biomass carbon in contrast with other two components. This is two detail of the species-wise fine root biomass carbon or biomass carbon. In case of like different depth of 0 to 10 centimeter, 10 to 20 centimeter, and 20 to 30 centimeter, fine root biomass carbon is selected. This is classes you can consider like 0 to 0.5 centimeter, 5 millimeter, and 0.5 to 1 millimeter fine root, and then another one 1 to 2 millimeter fine root. This graph shows the contribution or the total biomass of fine root. So this is the production rate of fine root carbon actually. So this is the depth-wise fine root production of different fine root biomass. Fine root production in different saline. Another similarly, that this is the depth-wise and the diameter-wise production rate of fine root biomass. If we can consider the worldwide other areas, the total root production ranges from 2.11 to 2.38 megagram per hectare per year for fine root forest in case of fine root production. 1 to 15, 1.1 to 1.5 megagram per hectare is of tropical mangrove forest area in he or skin already imported area, and then another level of the 8 total root production 5.25 megagram per hectare per year in the Rhizophorum forest in Australia also. In addition, values of 3.4 to 4.9 are reported in Abyssinia, Rhizophorum, and the Leucaphos zones of the secondary mangrove forest in the Eastern Highlands. Question, so many questions from this presentation, and please note it down so that we can discuss it at the end of this session. Now, now coming the boss from Fisheries and Marine Resource Technology discipline, Dr. Mohammed Ghulam Sarwar. Ghulam Sarwar is, I said boss, no, he's the head of it. Right, that's present potential of and transformation products to aquatic organisms. So, Professor Salah.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So now I'm going to talk about the pesticide toxicity. Title of this talk is the potential toxicity of pesticides and its transformation product, the aquatic organisms. So we know the intensification of agricultural product actually forces us to use pesticides indiscriminately. So finally, produce the transformation product that with more toxic than their parent one. And the pesticides and its PTI, the transformation product has wide range of biological effects, including their interfere the membrane transport system, inhibit some enzymes also, and we know that about 90% of non-target, the species are greatly affected by these pesticides. And this figure also means that the pollinator, the bee, very important. Always the backlash to the human because they are doing the welfare in favor of us, but human unintentionally they just kill them using the pesticide. And if we see the worldwide consumption of pesticide, even last 3 decades, and we find the consumption or use of pesticides just increased diagonally worldwide. And this, figure show the world, the leading countries, and the top leading countries, they use most pesticides from USA to Argentina, even our neighbor countries. A method to control this pest. That is why a little bit decline. Different types of not only in Bangladesh, use and some types of the pesticides. Measure of them is just organ chlorine and organ hospital government. And in Bangladesh, most of the cases just pyrethroid, this synthetic pesticides are being used in the agricultural area or agricultural sector. And if we look, the pesticides, they are the bioaccumulation and the bioactivation. Once they introduce inside the animal or animal body, and even we see here that okay, water has some concentration of pesticides, but in the plankton it's multiplied 2.5 thousand, highly magnified. Then and so on, and then continuously from phytoplankton to zooplankton, it's around 5 times. From zooplankton to fish, another 5 times, and the last one, okay, the fish one, 25 times, and then the aquatic animal. So this study actually already done on the residual of PCB. So another type of pesticides, not only this PCB, DDT, and dial. There are Ecuador, Brazil, even the India also. China also conducted a lot of, the study on the pesticide residues, and in the China, the one mangrove system they found in everywhere. I mean, the sediment, leaf, bark, root, fruit, and tissues, all sorts of, all sorts of, the pesticides already, I mean, they documented in the presence. And not only theoretically, because all these pesticides and their TP have toxic effect on the fish. So among the fish, the carp, salmon, catfish, and trout have been studied very extensively the effect of pesticides on these aquatic animals, and found that grossly found that phagocytosis just declined, as well immunoglobulin production also declined, responsible for the immunity, as well as cytokines and the transcription. DNA transcription also become altered there, and respiratory burst also occur. So all of these things actually lead to the disease and finally cell apoptosis system. This is, the some mechanism of cell apoptosis, because all these, the pesticides and TP have the direct, impact on cell apoptosis. By means through a reduction of, the immunoglobulin, as well as, different types of biological compound that is very responsible for their hemostasis. And all of this is just actually to induce the produce of ROS, the radical oxygen species, as well as LOS, RON also, radical oxygen nitrogen also. So not only, this only immunological point of view, there's a lot of, wide range of biological system also affected by these pesticides and their TP. And in Bangladesh, all sorts of all these, there are three types of pesticides are extensively being used in our area also, and they have also some, their transportation, the transformation product, and is their transformation product actually, produce different types of mechanisms such as oxidation, hydroxylation, then oxidation and reduction. There are many types of, transformation and mode of formation. So all these, the parental pesticides transfer into the transformation product. And if this TP combined with the hydrophobic or hydrophilic compound, then they easily penetrate to the inside the cell, as well as inside the nucleus also, and really, the influence the order of genetic transcription, as well as their translation also. So for this assessment, assessment of the pesticides, okay. So then we took two species. One is, the very tolerant, high tolerant species like Monoceros scalapia, and another one just sensitive species like the brigade, the major carp also. So we determine the LC50, the median lethal concentration 50, and we found the LC for both of these species 0.04, and then another one 0.013. And when we set our experiment for their subtotal exposure, we have three different types of treatment, and finally we found that the growth was also retarded from the tilapia significantly, as well as our carp also. There was very much, the significant is their growth also decline. And we also measure some digestive enzyme activities. In both cases, we found that their enzyme activities also highly, inhibited by the presence of this even the sublethal dose also. This is also the protease enzyme is another type of digestive enzyme. So all types of the enzyme, the activities actually inhibited in some extent, and it was found significant with their concentration. This one also, SOD and catalase, both are, the stress stopping, the enzyme, just off their body stress, the internal stress. So both of these, enzymes we also found that it was also decreased. And finally, we can say that okay, the pesticide and its TP products are actually a wide range of biological, the effect from being toxic for living or than to be lethal. That's another. And acute toxicity of cypermethrin, because we use the cypermethrin in this study, so increase the mortality of tilapia and carp. Both cases. And different types of enzymes that are responsible for digestive enzyme as well as the stress enzymes. All these enzymes was significantly the decline. So the sublethal concentration can cause the reproductive failure because it can disrupt the endocrine, the endocrine activity. That's why finally fail to the aquatic organism for their the fitness. So that's it from my side. So thank you very much.
Now let me invite our beloved Dr. Sheikh Mustafizur
Mustafizur Rahman, yes.
from FMRT discipline. And he will be talking on plastic pollution effects. So, positive behavior. Oh, nice topic. Thank you.
This is so today I will talk about the plastic, microplastic, and its immediate effect to fish. Among the pollutants, various pollutants, plastic pollution is a global concern due to its widespread accumulation as well as long-term persistence in the water. Microplastic less than 0.5 millimeters will adversely affect the human, wildlife, and aquatic environment. When is the microplastic? In everywhere. And the plastic pollution is happening due to us. So it becomes a essential feed ingredient in our daily food habit. We don't know. We are consuming this microplastic through this food. Today's theme of this seminar is healthy mango. Look at the mango. But remember, this is not all over the Sundarban mangrove. Only some part of the Sundarban. In the Sundarban, you can see some microplastic due to the intervention of plants. There are some specific spots. So there is an ample opportunity to contaminate our to solve this opportunity. Dr. M.A. and of this university did an extensive work to find out the plastic contamination in fish obtained from the mangrove forest on the adjacent area. And he observed the microplastic in gill, in muscle, and in the cell. So, microplastics everywhere. In air, in terrestrial animals, in aquatic animals, and no. Even in breast milk. So, what's wrong with microplastic? To get the answer of this question, we did a simple experiment with a guppy. To observe the survival, phenotype, courtship behavior, and enzymatic activities of fish under different experimental conditions. In first experiment, we used macroplastic bigger than 5 millimeters. We exposed the microplastic to the water bowl. The second class, we used microplastic less than 0.5 milliliters mixed with commercial life. And third experiment, we did not use any plastic. So after 70 days of rearing, with different microplastic, we observed that microplastic drastically reduced the survival about 50% after 15 days of rearing. You can see survival rate decline only for microplastic. Also, we observe the standard length and body area of fish consumed by microplastic. Surprisingly, we also observe the sperm bundle. That sperm bundle contains about 17,000. Each sperm bundle contains 17,000 spermatozoa of fish. So this sperm bundle reduced drastically for fish ingested by microplastic. The sperm bundle of male guppy. Then we observe the mating behavior of fish. So we saw the sigmoidal display. Sigmoidal display is a character, is a phenomenon that attacks fish by dancing. Second round, we observe sexual interest of female male guppy. And then we observe the gonadopodial cells, sports mating. What's happened? After 90 days of rearing, we found that this microplastic female does not do not have any interest for mating. So this is the phenomenon of fish. We don't know about humans. We should explore. We don't know. We can try. Thank you. So again, what's happening? It happens due to the contamination. I can say now contamination. Because literature says that every day we are consuming about 1,000 to 50,000 plastic particles each day from the food material. So this contamination causes the stress in the digestive enzyme. We observe that microplastic reduce the stress, increase the stress of the fish, as well as reduce the digestion of fish. So in conclusion, we can say that microplastic not only reduce the survival and growth, but also reduce the sexual interest of fish due to the stress. Of this reason, with aquatic organize the same for healthy environment and for your kind information. You will just through this session or through the session, you will not get any plastic particle, plastic component. You will get this glass. We provided the glass, so we will not use plastic for effective management. Only this management can reduce the plastic contamination in the water. Thanks all for patient hearing.
Congratulations, you have saved 2 minutes for us. Thank you. Now let me invite Dr. Stephen Alfred. Sorry, I could not pronounce your last word. He's from GIZ and talking on biodiversity. Biodiversity, new whole area of development collaboration between Bangladesh and Germany. So, Dr. Stephen, please.
Okay. Yes, I pronounce myself Gronewald. Thank you very much for inviting me. Assalamu alaikum. everyone. And I'm not speaking here as a scientist of many years in science, but presenting GSF as a sector coordinator for biodiversity. Why? Biodiversity is a new core topic for us here. The GSF is the German development corporation, the German International Service, that's the technical part of the development corporation. Next. Hey, which one is sorry.
I can.
Okay, that's possible. Okay, thank you. So, I start with that. There was a very short question. So everyone can answer this why biodiversity matters. Biodiversity matters not only from the standpoint of species biodiversity, for the treasure chamber, treasure box for tomorrow, but also as a the garant for ecological services, which I mentioned to many today. So I jump over. Last year, in December, was the 3D Biodiversity Framework Symposium or conference in Kunming, Montreal. So the biodiversity COP, actually. The goals that were formulated there were extremely ambitious. And also Bangladesh did its part for that. And just to mention very few, effective conservation management of at least 30% of world's land, inland waters, coastal areas, and oceans. That is enormous compared with the CCE before. That was promising only 10%. Extremely ambitious, especially if you look at the conditions here in Bangladesh. Then, restoration of degraded ecosystems was taken over from the CCE before. Zero loss of areas of high biodiversity importance. 50% reduction of hazardous pesticides and excess nutrients. We heard a lot of that from the scientific point of view. Phasing out subsidies which harm biodiversity and scaling up positive incentives. And finally, mobilizing and raising international funding towards countries. $30 billion after 2030 per year. We will see that. The promise is really no deep analysis of biodiversity yet, that will be reviewed, I think, coming years. So just to glance the coastal biodiversity here in Bangladesh. It depends a little bit also which sources you are using, but only it is 395 sharks and rays, 65 species, seabirds, 5. So almost the entire all the species of the world. Shoreline seabirds, 453, that's enormous, including Sundarbans. Crab shrimps, not only the ones that were commercially used, as I mentioned before, but all of them, at least 142. Seaweed, macroalgae, at least 137. When true mangroves, in the sense of true mangroves, at least 35. And finally, the whales and dolphins, 11. Hardly anyone saw them. No. Looking at the area, only mentioned now 20 national parks were declared, 24 wildlife sanctuaries. There's a certain overlap in this. Two special biodiversity areas, dolphin sanctuaries, 4 marine protected areas, and so-called ecological critical areas. I think it's 13 or 4, sorry. All in all, it's only, well, somewhere between 5 and 8%, also if you're considering land and terrestrial areas. So it's by far, it's still far away from what is aimed for. Issues, we've heard many, but still I think it's good to some of the list then, so because it is also the factors we can maybe influence. deforestation, degradation, land use transformation, pollution, invasive species, which we will hear later, I think, also. And then, but also no monitoring or digital surveillance of certain areas. No awareness of people, very low awareness about biodiversity. No guardians, no ownership, if you are considering not only the national parks. Well, who are the drivers? I would say the driver here in Bangladesh is clearly the forest department, the driver of biodiversity, the Department of Fisheries, Department of Environment. But also national and international NGOs play such an enormous role to keep conserved biodiversity, what is left. At universities, an event like this is really, really great, and that science and NGOs and donors and many others coming together and talking about how to conserve biodiversity. But what's missing a little bit, citizens, guardians, users, and that I think is the big power that we still have somehow to engage more people in this topic. Just back until now, it was not the highest priority by HSS, but we did a little bit. Not wildlife sanctuary, wetland rehabilitation, but especially to mention the Sundarban management project. So we are continuing that just right now with the project integrated management of the Sundarbans and the marine areas part of no ground. So, which also aims to bring all the to aim for better coordination between all the different stakeholders. I think I leave it out. What's coming? Connect was negotiated with the government of Bangladesh last year. So this is strengthen the blue-green network of protected areas around the coast and some special biodiversity area. It's all about technical digital capacity building. It's about interdepartment collaboration and connecting also resource users to the third power, so to say, in our biodiversity drivers. And also in the pipeline to strengthen and exchange the experience and collaboration between India and Bangladesh concerning the Sundarban. That is quite soon, actually. So to strengthen the blue-green belt of mangroves along the coast between Sundarban and Cox's Bazar will be then the next one, the pipeline. And I'm really happy to be here and like also to talk with us. And I'm very pleased to talk with you and very curious and impressed by all the good research done here. I think I don't want to show that, but there are a lot of success factors where we all, I think, can contribute to make the topic that matters. So that's it. Short. Thank you very much.
Before you have addressed many achievements by Bangladesh and your contribution from the organization to achieve all those, good things. Thank you again. The timing for our presentations for this session is over. Now, I would request our second author for 5 minutes to summarize what these great presenters have done. 5 minutes. Then I will take questions and inquiries from the audience. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much to the presenters. Thank you very much to the audience. I think we had a fantastic session with a lot of interesting information. I would like to summarize a little bit of some take-home messages. What did we learn today? We learned a lot about mangroves. We learned a lot about biodiversity. So what's so special about mangroves? It's green, you know. We need it. Is it just nice to look at? No, but we have learned actually mangroves they provide a lot of ecosystem services.
কিছুই না করে আমাদের মাছ ধরতে চলে গেল। এই ছেলেটা না থাকলে আজকে লাইভ শুরু হতো না। ও কতবার করে উঠে উঠে দৌড়ায় দৌড়ায় কাজ করে তারপর ঠিক করে। হ্যাঁ
আপনি একটারটা আরেকটা দিয়েছেন তো এই জন্য হয় নাই, একটার মাথা আরেকটা কাজ হয় না।
সেটাই তো, এই কথাটাই।
তো আপনি নিয়ে গেছেন কেন দুটো?
আমি একটা ফর্মে দিলাম না, আরেকটা দিছি।
হবে না ওটা, এক মেশিনে এক মানে দুটো একবারে হয়ই না, একটা আরেকটার সাথে কানেক্ট হয়ে যায়।
ডিএসসি ক্যামেরা দুটো কানেক্ট হয়েছে না,
না দুটো হয়ই না।
দুইটা একসাথে হয় না। আমরা এতক্ষণ ধরে ধরে এটা আবিষ্কার করেছি না।
অডিও আসে না,
ক্যামেরা তো ওটা লাগালে অডিও আসে না,
অডিও আসে না,
ক্যামেরা অডিও আসেই না টোটাল। আপনি ওখানে লাগাই দিয়ে আসছেন না, আসে না।
তারপরে আমরা ভিতর থেকে আবার দ্রুত
ঝামেলা করে।
And we have also learned that the system is very vulnerable and very in danger. Lots of negative effects like sea level rise, microplastic, toxicity of pesticides. That ecosystem is vulnerable. What does this mean as a consequence? It means we have to combine our forces and we have to protect this unique ecosystem.
স্যারের কাছে যে বলেন তো স্যার এখন চেয়ারটা প্রেস দিবেন
International NGOs, universities, and that's why I'm really happy to see so many of you students here. Because that makes us optimistic, right? We see the next generation very interested in this topic, and that's absolutely fantastic. So, what does this mean as a consequence? Business as usual? No, we have heard no, that's not the way we cannot go on as we did. We need to research new to find out in detail what really is so special about this ecosystem, how we can protect it. So research is essential. And we need sustainable aquaculture practices. So maybe we can conclude in our aim or our goal for the future of what do we want for 2030 or 2040. And I think what we would like to have is a protection of the mangroves in combination with robust coastal aquaculture, and at the same time we want to improve the livelihood of this population. I think that's something, and as I said, I'm very optimistic we can achieve it. We have lots of young people who are interested in that topic. So keep up the energy, and again, thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. In fact, that's the good news. Good news is that now after COVID,
ভেজিটেরিয়ান নাম কি কি চেক করেন না? ঠিক আছে, এই যে এটা হবে এটা সব
so better not to talk, in over. Panel discussion is there at 3:30. We'll be having long time to discuss about all the things that is happening. Please note it down. And before that, I will take only 2 minutes. Number one is that we are very much, very much qualified activities are there. We are number one, very much.
এই বাটনে ক্লিক করলে হচ্ছে ছবি হবে ভিডিও করতে জাস্ট এই বাটনে
number one in intervention.
এবারে এটা ক্লিক করবেন ভিডিও হবে আবার ক্লিক করবেন ভিডিও অফ
বাংলা লোক এটা লোক বাইরে বলে আসে না দেখি একটা
এরপরে তারপরে সাবিন প্লিজ সেশন 2 শুরু হবে।
সেশন 2 শুরু হবে
এটা লাস্ট তো
সেশন 2 শুরু হবে সেই লাস্ট হয়ে গেল।
সেশন 2 তে
জাহাজ চলাইতে পারে না
মার্কেট কোনটা কত নাম্বার? 1 নাম্বার মার্ক মার্কেটটা নতুন করে যাচ্ছে। হ্যাঁ সেকেন্ড সেশনে মার্কেট যেটা আছে ওটা রিপ্লেস করে মার্কেট দিচ্ছে কারেকশন করছে। পেনড্রাইভে আছে পেনড্রাইভে সেশন 2 গুলো দিয়ে দেওয়া আছে।
Thank you so much, sir. This is an insightful and informative scientific session. Distinguished gathering, there is an important announcement. Those who didn't submit their poster yet, please submit your printed poster before lunch to our volunteers. Our volunteers are available just outside the auditorium. And please, collect your poster token number.
উনি কি ওনার নাম কি টোটালি
The first scientific session
পেল
comes to
না
an end.
ওকে আরেকটা পেল না তো আপনাকে বা ওনাকে একটা মেইল করতে দিল আমি মেইল করে দিচ্ছি আর আমরা যতজন
Yeah, yeah. You can give me this. I can give
I would
them
like to
this.
inform you that our lunch break is from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m.
Oh, you still need to
Yeah, yeah. I need to.
Those who are vegetarians were requested
ইয়া নাহিদ ভাই
ভাই এখানে সেশন 2 আছে, এই সেশন 2টা নিয়ে নাও।
প্রজেক্টর আছে, প্রজেক্টরে আছে নাই নাই ভাই, এটা ক্যামেরার পাশেই রাখেন ভাই। ক্যামেরার উপরে এখান থেকেও ভালো পাওয়া যায়। ইয়ে করেন, এই যে ইয়ে করছেন না, লেগে
লেগে হবে না।
The request of the faculty to take their respective seats.
ধন্যবাদ বাবাকে নিলাম। বাবা বাবাকে নিচে তাও আবার
The scientific session 2 titled Sustainable Aquaculture and Fisheries in South Asia.
প্রফেসর ডক্টর সিরাজুল ইসলাম স্যার ফর প্রেজেন্টেশন ছিল। জি আমরা একটু ওটা আপডেট রেডি আছে, এটা এটা চালু আছে না? ঠিক আছে হ্যাঁ শুনলাম।
এক ঘন্টা ব্রেকের পরে এসে
হ্যাঁ আমরা এতক্ষণ কাজ করছি, এত উনিও আমার সাথে কাজ করেছে, খাওয়াইছি, সব বিদেশিকে খাওয়াইছি।
I hope you enjoyed your lunch, and I understand that post-lunch sessions are a bit difficult, but I'm sure that these interesting sessions they engage you. So it's my pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all of you to the second session of the day, the Sustainable Aquaculture and Fisheries in South Asia. I'm Jayati from Saki Waters, the South Asia Consortium for Interdisciplinary Water Resources Studies, based in Hyderabad, India. Since its foundation in 2002, that's 21 years ago, Saki Waters is working towards creating climate change resilient and sustainable ecosystems and communities, and also to ensure the water secure South Asia. Through action research, capacity building, training, policy advocacy, networking, and project demonstration. I would also like to welcome our co-chair, Dr. Muhammad Abdul Rao, from FMRT Discipline, Khulna University. Welcome to the session, Professor Rao. So let's start the session on sustainable aquaculture and fisheries in South Asia. So as we all are aware that millions of people in South Asia and Asian countries depend on fisheries resources for their livelihood and food
First plenary session slide open করো।
And we also know that like we
ওটা হ্যাং হয়ে যায় পিসি পিসি মাউস চলে যায়
আমারটা দাও এবার।
agriculture and commercial fisheries have expanded rapidly in South Asia. However, unsustainable and unscientific aquaculture and fisheries for short-term economic benefit has led to long-term environmental and social degradation. So in this context, the present session is going to highlight global best practices on sustainable aquaculture and fisheries, leading to healthy mangroves and associated ecosystems, ensuring climate resilient coastal communities. So we have a good mix of scientific research and grassroots level action based case studies in this session. We have a great variety of talks ahead of us. So I would first like to invite Dr. Mohammed Iftakhurul Alam. He is there. So he is going to make a presentation on synergistic effects of mangrove leaf litter and supplemental feed on water quality, growth and survival of fish. Interesting
প্লেনারি আপনার কি প্লেনারি নাই
enlightening session which is based on
আগে মার্ক
nature food based nature food for towards fisheries and aquaculture. So Dr. Alam.
মার্ক
Over to you.
প্লেনারি
Yeah, so I would like to invite Dr. Mark for his plenary lecture. Welcome and over to you.
Thank you for keeping the suspense. Okay, thank you. I don't know.
We have 10 minutes for each presentation.
Okay, you can see my slides. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm from Wageningen University. And I'm to say something about using aquaculture diets, but I'm using the font to substitute some of the ingredients in diets. But before I do that, I want to link a little bit better to the theme of this conference. And then we are talking about mangrove aquaculture systems. And actually, I can also say about mangrove is terrestrial and that aquaculture is aquatic system. And terrestrial,
এখানে লাইটের উপর লাইট কি পিছনে না আমাদের এই সুইচ লাইট
the majority.
অফ করব
I say 4%, but actually it's that is the biome. But the link between terrestrial and aquatic is very important because the aquatic environment is specialized in decomposing terrestrial biomass. And that there I give a few carbon per square meter per day, and if I calculate how much carbon or organic matter does represent on an annual basis, then that's 24,000 kilograms of organic matter. That's 1 hectare.
আসেন সবাই দেখতেছে না এটা
produces on an
আমার
angle of x.
মাথা অত দূর উঠে নাই
And then
তার
when
সবাই
we
টাকা
say
ছাড়তে
that
লাগবে
we subtract aquatic food from the aquatic environment, that normally that in a natural system, we say we have between 50 to 500 kilogram fish or shrimp that we can harvest from these surfaces. But when I talk about organic matter of algae, that is dry matter. When I talk about fish, that is wet life. But fish is 75% water. So I give you the dry matter of fish we harvest. And so it's between 0.05% and 0.5% of the primary production that we harvest in a natural system. Yeah? Now, when we go to aquaculture, then we go to higher production. And in a natural system, like here in the Sundaban,
ভালো
we can
দেখেন কিছু
go
উঠাইছি ভালো আসছে
1,000
না মানে
kilogram,
ফেস বোঝা যাচ্ছে না
200, 300, and so if it's 1,000, that will be about 1% of the primary we get the same production as if you talk 100% wheat. Because the ecosystem is transforming carbohydrate and the ammonia protein also. So that is and another example is that we say aquaculture feeds, when we use plant ingredients, we don't have enough. But amino acids like lysine and methionine, we put artificial lysine in the diet. And that we did an experiment, it's an example. So the aim of the industry is reducing dependency on animal-based ingredients. Plant ingredients are low in essential amino acids, also lysine. The solution is to use synthetic lysine in plant-based fish diets, and we say that's not necessary because if I have a good functioning food web in my system, the food web will produce the lysine. And so we did a study, estimated contribution of the food web forms to lysine requirement of tilapia. So two diets, one diet that is deficient in lysine, so with a low lysine, and one that has sufficient lysine in the diet for the fish. And we grow the fish in aquarium, no food web, and in well-managed ponds with the food web. We see in the aquarium, when we have the low lysine diet, we see that the performance is less. So the average weight gain is 127 with the lysine deficient diet and 180 with sufficient lysine in the diet. The growth is lower with not sufficient lysine. Feed intake is lower because the fish knows when I eat that feed, I cannot build my own protein because I don't have the essential amino acids. So it is, and the feed conversion is worse, so it's high. When I do the same in the pond, so the same feed, only now in the pond, then I see that my average weight gain between the two is not significant different. The specific growth rate is not significant different. The feed intake is not different. And the feed conversion is not different either. So the pond actually provides the lysine for us. So we did types of experiments like that with phosphorus, with omega-3 fatty acid, and we always see that the pond actually replaces some of the expensive ingredients that we put in aquaculture diets. We can get the pond system. So the conclusion is, in that case, the food web provides extra lysine and it compensates the dietary lysine deficiency, and that we don't need to put lysine or synthetic lysine into the diet for the fish. And so, in the absence of or under poor access to a food web, then the farmer has to put lysine in the diet. But if we are able to work in a pond, we don't need to put lysine in the diet. So that was my presentation. You have my name. So if you are interested in the type of work and research you do, there are many publications there. So you can look for more information. Now the next speaker.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Yes, please.
So, he limited introduction, but allow please show some of our work in mangrove systems also.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mark, for your informative presentation.
Good afternoon and welcome everybody to my presentation. I will say something about my research on mangrove sheep co-management, and we did some research on some parts I am going to present here. Here I would say about the synergistic effect of mangrove leaf litter and supplemental feed on water quality, growth, survival of sheep, and Dr. Nikhil Along, working for the Department of Fisheries as Senior Assistant Director. And I did this research with the collaboration of the Government of Bangladesh, Solidarity Net of Asia, Pune University, and North American University. From the morning, we have heard many things. Why shrimp is important, mangrove is important. As an aquaculturist, I want to say that shrimp is very important for the coastal region, and the mangrove ecologist said mangrove is very important in the coastal region. That's why I did research. Why shrimp? Shrimp is very important as a contribution for the human nutrition. And it's a profitable business because we earn a lot of foreign exchange by exporting shrimp and fishery product, and we earn foreign exchange, and it's a export community in Bangladesh. So why mangrove? Mangrove is a hotspot of biodiversity. It fulfills many ecological services, and it's a high productive. And it's very important for our coastal region of Bangladesh as it protects. We feel every year mangrove is protecting our southern region from the cyclone and some other natural disaster. And mangrove sheep aquaculture is a coupling of mangrove and sheep together, and we introduced this in the field level and also tech culture, and we found that mangrove produces food for sheep, improve in the water quality also, and it fulfills many ecosystem services. In Bangladesh, you know that this system is many parts of the world, like Philippines, Thailand, Indonesia, they are practicing this silver aquaculture system for a long time. But in Bangladesh, like Solidarity and also Greece, they are working on this mangrove system that they are currently producing in the stream farming area. And this funded comes from the NGO Solidarity and also NWO. First, for this culture system, it is very important to selection of mangrove. That's why we selected this mangrove from the literature review, and there are focus group discussion in the coastal region. What are their differences about this plantation in their farm, and that's why we took it important. And from this two, we selected 4 mangrove species. First one is Abyssinia officinalis, Ericeria froms, Sonarsia apicala, and Sonarsia acillaris. We worked with these 4 species. We prepared by the farmers, and we came to know that these have some positive impact on the sheep. I will say something about our design. How did we design our experiment? We designed our experiment with mangrove and sheep. As I have said, a synergistic effect. That's why we applied first the feed, then we added mangrove leaf litter, and we also did without leaf litter and without mangrove, no food. And if I show some results, it's a big table. I will shortly describe. You will see that there's a diastolic or the superscript shows the significant differences, and on the right side there I have shown the interaction. And you will see here very positive impact. I want to say that
this experiment was done in the tank condition, and we use the accepted limit of lead liter concentration, because lead liter concentration is very important for this. And we found that there are positive impact of lead liter, and we did not find any lethal effect on the water quality as we use the recommended level of mangrove lead liter. And I want to say here that the biological oxygen demand DO is very important, because the natural food production was dependent on the decomposition of mangrove leaf litter. Previously, we identified the nutrient and anti-nutrient, and we identified what is the decomposition rate and how it correlates with the other production of phytoplankton and zooplankton. And if you see on the sheet performances on the left side graph, the orange color and the blue color, the orange color is with only feed and without feed, and both are with mangrove application of mangrove leaf litter. And we found that only leaf litter, they manage some feed, that's why there was a good survival rate for about 75%. And though I did not put in this graph, we had on control experiment without any feed or any mangrove litter, but after 4 to 5 days, all the shrimp will die. But with only mangrove litter, the survival rate was good. That's why we know that there are some natural feed supplement from the decomposition of mangrove litter and manage our shrimp survival. And if we go the growth performance on the top right side, we see that the orange bar is with feed and mangrove leaf litter, and the growth performance was higher. And without mangrove feed, the growth was lower. Like if we throw the leaf litter in the system, then it manages some natural feed for the system. But if we don't give feed, the growth performance is lower. But when we put these two, then we found some synergistic effect. If we see the next graph, what is the synergistic effect? And we see that the bottom is only leaf litter. It contributed 10 to 23% in the growth performances. And in the middle, when we only feed, the effect was higher. But when we added some leaf litter in the system, then both these feed and leaf litter manage some good performances, and it gave the synergism in the growth performance of our shrimp. And actually, we targeted to identify the ranking of the mangrove species of this two, and then we identified that the leaf litter and shrimp feed give synergism for the growth performance. And if we rank the mangrove species, we found that Solanaceae apitala gave the highest performances. With this species, the growth performance was the best, followed by Abyssinia officinalis, Solanaceae cacellaris, and Ericiana forms. And I want to say that the decomposition rate played a vital role for these performances, and still, because we are aquaculturists, we know that leaf litter is not good for the system. There are some other findings how it can be beneficial for the shrimp farmer, how can integrate this both two. Still, we are doing research. We are trying to find out what is the best feed of this system. Thank you. We have also all research are published, though some parts of research are ongoing. If you have any query, then I think there will be considered as answer session. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Imam. Yeah, so I would like to request all of you to note down your questions, because we are going to have an Q&A session in the end. So now I would like to invite Mr. H.M. Rakibul Islam from from Shrimp Research Station, Bangladesh Fisheries Research Institute. He is going to deliver a talk on effect of indigenous probiotics on Vibrio and digestive enzyme activity in black tiger shrimp. Welcome to you, Mr. Klam. So you have 10 minutes, so I will signal when you
Good afternoon. Thank you, everybody. Better platform to share like we aquaculturists and agriculturists often differ what to choose, shrimp or paddy or crop or mangrove. So the thing is we need both, but there is another thing like few farmers called me a few years back and they're living far away from this mangrove. Those are considered a freshwater area of Bangladesh, like Nator and Morai. Those are the freshwater area, no trace ever been found of saline water being included there. But those farmers asked me, called me over phone and asked for help how they can do better in shrimp farming. And then I asked, in that area, how am I going to culture shrimp and you're expecting better production? And then they'll say they are guaranteeing salinity and the found shrimp are growing better there. So the alarming issue is here, we are restricting saline water in the coastal area to protect our crop, and meanwhile, this salinity goes directly to upstream. So, well, there are, according to DOW, almost 65 acres the total shrimp farming area could be here in these coastal areas. So if we still block those areas, if we don't allow those water to expand, if they are in this mangrove region where the natural salinity belongs, it may in the long run destroy our total biodiversity. So now it's time to go more into my presentation. And it also correlates with the sustainable fisheries because as based working on mangrove biodiversity and they are related shrimp farming. And one issue is there also organic shrimp production. So what we did, we tried to isolate bacteria having probiotic properties around the our adjacent water bodies and see how it affects the shrimp production. So we know what are probiotics, but for just having a glance, these are good bacteria, beneficial bacteria that maintain the balance in the ecosystem and restrict the growth of pathogenic bacteria that in other way reduce the risk of disease outbreak. And why we need these probiotics? As I showed here, that minimize the disease risk, discouraging application of antimicrobial products. So if we use antimicrobial drugs and any other products, it will in the other hand destroy the total microbiota of the system, and that for that we will also lose our good bacteria from the shrimp and from the environment. And definitely boost digestive mechanism and stimulate growth because food is one of the major important issues, the feeding, and costs more than 70% of the total cost for aquaculture. So if we can stimulate the digestive enzyme activity, efficiency of food, or food digestion efficiency, it will, on the other hand, help our farmers. So, as this much better thing providers are going to us, as a result, the demand of probiotics increasing worldwide into the agricultural industry. And for Bangladesh, the demand for probiotics raised over 3,000 metric tons. So if we just go for simple calculation, On an average, 10,000 taka per kg probiotic, it's the 30 billion market of probiotics exists in Bangladesh. But the problem is, the probiotic we're using in our country is completely coming from abroad. Those are 100% import-based product, and even though we are importing those products from reputed nations having better production and efficacy for those countries, but they are struggling here a lot because they are coming from the temperate region, adjusting in the subtropical region. Like we are getting probiotics from USA, Japan, European countries, Canada, Australia, and even in summer, the water temperature could not goes over 30 degrees or 35 degrees Celsius. But in our environment, in our surroundings, we have recorded more than 42 degrees Celsius temperature of surface water temperature. So we are bringing the probiotic bacteria for the betterment, but they are suffocating here in our environment rather giving the protection to the shrimp. So along with that, the importation cost and profit margin is another issue that cutting bag of our farmers and actually minimizing the range of limiting the profit range. So this ignites the importance of local probiotic bacteria in our country. So we started searching our local heroes. I would like to say that they are our local heroes. We're searching based on the primers for the reported probiotic bacteria on NCBI, isolated the bacteria, go for PCR, work with the 2000 PCR analysis we done, and all results came negative. So that was embarrassing, but then we thought, why we are doing something wrong? And then, instead of going for testing those for a specific primer, we go for metagenomic analysis, and it revealed a whole new world because the reported probiotics, commercially available probiotics we're searching for in our environment actually not exist there. Rather, we got a bunch of different probiotics having wider range of temperature, tolerance range, wide biodegradable range. So these are completely different group of probiotics existing and giving protection to our skin. So we go for some lab-based analysis. We got up to 74% VPO inhibition in our in vitro assay. When you go to test how they manipulate the VPO propagation in soil and water, the result is in front of you and it's normal, highly significant that it can control the propagation of VPO in shrimp farming environment, in the soil and water. Not only that, we analyzed the gut and hepatopancreas. There we also found significantly lower bacterial load compared to the control group. When we go for growth, I'm almost close. So growth was significantly different and almost 2.5 times higher growth we recorded in the probiotics. And how it worked, if we go to see the digestive enzyme activity, it shows the result is clear how it affects to stimulate the growth. So digestive enzyme activity was also high. And then we go for few immune parameter tests. We found very low SOD range for the probiotic treated bacteria. Means the shrimp having staying with the probiotic are in less stress. And on the other hand, we also get higher total hemocyte count, and we know those are the innate immune system, immune defense that works for the shrimp first, and that was also high. The limitations of the study was we got a few times for the advanced researchers, and we analyzed the effect of the total 10 probiotic bacteria. That was And there is also scope is individual material efficacy can be evaluated. Different product like we saw the growth was higher, inhibition of pathogenic bacteria was higher. So product-based probiotic can be produced, and effective packaging and storage capacity can be developed. So we are still working on that, and hopefully within 2-3 hours we can come up with some good results having our own probiotic package. And I'd like to acknowledge NATP to BRC for funding this research. PG Honorable Director General Sir of BFRI, CS of my station, I am working station for their all-around support and guidance, and also my co-researcher Shoaib and Adija, who worked a lot and hard to give this visible result in front of you. So that was all from my side. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Brown, for sharing your research, and I would like to wish you all the best. I'm sure that you will come up with a sustainable solution, and it will definitely help the local community. I would like now to invite Dr. Fan from Global GAP Germany, and he's going to talk on Global GAP aquaculture standards, certifying safe and responsible farming around the world. I'm sure it's going to be a very interesting one.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, my name is Deran. You call me. I'm representative from Lobcat in Vietnam, and also our company is located in Germany. As you know, that Lobcat is a global company. It stands for Good Agricultural Practice. Everyone already knows as and Lobcat is a worldwide company to assure the gap. And our global objective, is to make sustainable products, and very importantly also the safety. That is our key objective, and that's why we are setting the standard. To assume that the food that you are eating is sustainable and safety. Yeah, you can see this is the based on our method. It's the list of we have 3 kind of members. This is the retailer and food service member. Like that's many retailers in Asia, like Beyond in Japan, and very popular here is in Bangladesh. We have the Swano. This is the logo of the Swano, which is also our method. So even though the Swano is right, they are our retailer method. And the next kind of member is the producer, like farmers, company who are producing the stream or fish or agricultural products like our members. Another one is associate member. That is not belong to 2 kind of members, so they belong to, for example, certification body, any consultant. We have the officer consultant who can provide consultancy support for the farmer or for the company who want to get the certificate. And for stream, that's a particular for stream. I would like to introduce to you as we launched first stream standards in 2008, some time ago, and this like our CEO here now this is our medicine director, and this is the person who supporting Lobcat to run the standards. You can see. And since April 2008, we launched the stream standard, and since then
stream, but also for big fish, mollusks, and now we have seaweed as well. You can see this our new version on the aquaculture standards. So we call the version 6. We just developed and now it's become effective on next year, 2024, including many requirements. This is the outline, thus including the 28 requirement. It's under this requirement, so we have many control points under that. So this is a cover almost very practice in the farming activity. And divided by the different components, you can see it's the food safety is key component in our status. And also we consider the social practice. So it's 23% criteria is considered as because the global risk assessment and social practice was become last. If you want to obtain the aquaculture standard, local aquaculture standards, we need to comply with our model on glass. And we also consider the animal welfare, and of course water well-being is very important in our standards as well, and sustainable environmental also considered in our aquaculture standards. If you look at this picture, you can see that our standards covering entire production chain. At the beginning, we have we asked the top office need to be certified. We want to provide for any local aquaculture producer. So we need the fish to be certified, and then the hatchery also need to be certified. If you want to get the seedling to the grower stage, so we need the hatchery to be certified. And then come to the grower, of course, and then harvest and post-harvest, we have another surface standards like general custody status. Also ask there's not missing, which is a non-certified and certified product. In terms of the species, it can be certified under our status, so you can see we cover the fish, crustacean, mollusks, and now we have the civic vessel, including the local aquaculture standards to be certified. And I think we also provide the opportunity for all kinds of production types, nest flows, on flow through system, and flow regulation system as well. So it's available for all kinds of production. And if you know about some of the benchmarks scheme, so we already, in terms of the food safety, you see this very well known as a global food safety sustainable initiative. This our standards already recognized by CMSI. And in terms of the environmental integrity, so we use global seafood sustainable seafood initiative, the CSSI. So we also comply with the CSSI requirements. So it means that we comply with the recognized standards in the both the seafood and environmental aspect. And in terms of the animal health and welfare, we also cover the old aspects for OEA animal aquatic animal health code. It's also covered under our status. And finally, the social aspect. So we ask comply with our global risk assessment on the social practice from us. And this is the certification option, so I think it's very common in Bangladesh. We have a very strong farming system, so we provide also the
প্যানেল পরে না পোস্টার আগে
with PMS, so you can work together in the group, and we provide the tool as the group certification can be obtained. So you can have looked very closely for small size farmer, small scale. This is very common as I live in Vietnam, so Vietnamese farmers also trying to guide it together because they are quite small farmers and farming is farming, so they can work together to follow the quality management system. They set up cooperative or association, so they work together. So I think it's very relevant here in Bangladesh. Small farming. You know that Vietnam now is a very big country in the world for seafood exporters. So thinking about this option. And for stream, also we asked in April 2024, we allows us for operation. That's in the practice that's cutting the eye. That's not allowed in our standard, so it's allowed to be considered as the animal welfare. If you cannot cut the eye, next year we implement this practice as we not allowed for eye operation. And you can see this is the volume of the certification under the program. So this is the 5 biggest country in the world. So we have Ecuador is the biggest one, and so Vietnam is also one of the biggest under our program. Actually, we have in 28 countries already have. And certified volume is more than 2,000, almost 2,008 million metric ton. And we are biggest in Uzbekistan. Species, and this is the main species that we are certifying now. The country we are covering is blue one. And we have the label. Usually to consumer label, so you can see the yellow one is you can feel to on the glass on package for the final consumer. Our label, and this label available for all products like flower and tomato and agriculture and food waste. So we kind of product can use this yellow label. For stream.
So I think you would have a chance to share this during the Q&A session.
Yeah, just finish. Just finally, I want to emphasize that we have a collaboration here in Bangladesh with Solidaritas. Because this, for example, one for sea, and I think for agriculture sector, we are planning also with here, with Solidaritas. We can start watching collaboration on the stream sector. So this is my contact, and I can available today and tomorrow if you have any questions in front of the website. So you can contact me anytime. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Khan, for sharing your work. And I'm sure that this kind of standards will help in this assessment in terms of environmental and social sustainability in this region. And now after Sam, we have Dr. Nora from Australian Center for International Agricultural Research, and she would be talking about research for development of science to improve livelihoods in the Bangladesh Sundarban. Welcome to you, Dr. Nora.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. Usually when people stand up here, it's because they have something to tell, but I'm actually standing here because I have something to ask, which I'll explain. So, I'm Laura. I'm from the Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research, which is a very small, specialized agency of the Australian government. We develop research partnerships, so our activity is research for development. That is, we try to deliver development outcomes using scientific research. Let's see. So these are the development outcomes that ACR espouses, and you can see that some of them are a pretty long way from scientific research. This is my second visit to Bangladesh and Sakuma, and I'm here to help develop a research partnership. The partnership will include a central project, and then some small satellite projects. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about this, and it's got a small hydrology component, which is based on looking at freshwater growth and salinity. And that is a collaboration between Australia's National Science Agency, CSIRO, and the IWN. And then this piece is a little supporting social research, which is about what people use, what they harvest from the reserve, and how important it is to their income and food supply and livelihood. This little piece is what I want to ask you about, because it's the piece that's not well defined and not in place. So these pieces are funded and in contracting, but this one is still on the drawing board. And then there's one other project, a full-size project, which is funded by ACR, which is really about adaptive learning, people's management of resources in the area adjoining the forest. So this is our collaboration. These are the research foci for the large project. So you can see the first set of questions is about the status and the trends in the Sundarban, both the terrestrial compartment, the forest and wildlife, and the aquatic compartment. And then the second piece is really about, this piece is about trying to understand the drivers or the causal impetus for the changes that are observed in the forest. And this question, how are changes in forest condition affecting fisheries resources? That's the one that we're still struggling to define what the methods should be. And then the third question is about the implications. What do we expect the ecosystem to look like in the future? And what will that mean for the people who derive their livelihoods from the system? So we're looking at that from the point of view of people who live in what's called the ecologically critical area, which is the span of 10 kilometers width from the border of the forest, declared by the Department of Environment in 1999. of the issue about defining the fisheries is that I don't know a lot about fisheries. I'm a forester, and the people who are on the research team are mostly foresters. So we're led by the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Cleveland University, Professor Mahmoud Hussain. And the rest of our team are also foresters. We're partnering with the Bangladesh Forest Department, the Bangladesh Forest Research Institute, and some others to answer the forestry questions. But the fisheries linkage is the part that we still need help on. So far as we can determine, no one anywhere in the world has made a rigorous mechanistic or causal link between the condition of mangrove forests and the condition of the fishery. There's quite a bit in the scientific literature that makes assertions like this. Mangroves are the nurseries for larval stages of fish. I think I've seen this quote in about at least 30 publications. But when I try to get to the next level and see the data that this assertion is based on, there's not very much data. And a lot of it is sort of circumstantial. So this is the part that's, I think quite a few of you are fisheries experts, so this is the part where if you have ideas or you know about such data, please share during the discussion, or I'll give you my email. So you might ask, why does understanding the link between forests and fisheries matter to those development outcomes that I mentioned? We use the term theory of change to sort of outline what we think the linkages are between the research that we're doing, the results that we get, their application, in this case in the management of the system, and finally those development outcomes that I spoke about, the livelihoods of people. So this is a very simplified version of our theory of change. And so this is where the focus of most of the effort is, understanding status and trends in the forest. By making observations here, we're effectively attempting to discern what the causal agents are. So experimentation, observation, there's also some modeling, which is primarily in the hydrology component. We think some of the changes that may influence change in the forest, the documented changes, change in forest composition. We see things like sea level rise, reduced freshwater flows, and those things deliver their impact on forest through a change in salinity level. We also think things like sedimentation, erosion, pollution, potentially biotic effects, like differential grazing by deer, could also be drivers of forest change. Some of this linkage, how forests affect fisheries, primarily detrital food webs, things like environmental modifications, so shading, keeping water cool, other parameters around water quality. There's a smaller arrow in this direction. We think there's a minor feedback loop where fish can actually influence forest areas. So we think that by understanding this, we become in a position to make rational judgment about management response to environmental change, to use the science to direct the management so that it's forward-looking and so that it supports the dependent users. So that link is wanted. Why? Because of course we don't have control over management response, but if the science is any good, we hope that it will be influential. The management response has a very large impact or determination on livelihoods, what people can actually harvest, and where, and when, and so on. So this is the theory of change. By understanding the system and applying that understanding to the management of the system, we can support sustainable livelihoods, which are principally derived from fisheries in the system. The Forest Department, which is the sole legal authority to manage the reserve, has the capacity to alter the conditions in the forest by basic management operations like planting and thinning and preserving these sorts of things. So we think, again, by communicating our results and sharing and working with managers and communities, we can influence the outcomes for those communities. So again, the ultimate aim is to maintain livelihoods and to protect the ecosystem into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nora, for sharing insights from your research project, and we also look forward to the discussion session where we get to hear more on the fisheries and forest linkages. And now we have this next session by Dr. Shirazul Islam. So we have Dr. Shamil Akhtar. So she'll be talking about mud crab fisheries in the Sundarban mangrove forest of Bangladesh. She works with the Department of Fisheries and Marine Biosciences, Joshua University of Science and Technology.
এটা খুলে নেবে
ये तो क्या चलो এটা শো করেছে তাই তো হ্যাঁ ওকে জি আমার কাছে দেওয়া আছে
So I think meanwhile
এরপরে টি ব্রেক কখন হচ্ছে
এই এখন হচ্ছে আমাদের চারজনের রাখতে বলেন এরপরে তোমার প্রেজেন্টেশন করতে
আরেকটা আছে
নিমাদারে বলেন দেখতে বলেন তারপরে টি ব্রেক দাদা দাদা
Dear distinguished and honorable dignitaries, I am Sharmi Mahal, lecturer, Department of Fisheries and Marine Bioscience, Joshua University of Science and Technology. Would like to welcome you on this presentation subjected mud crab fisheries in the Sundarbans mangrove forest of Bangladesh, emphasis on crab habitat distribution and fishing pattern, done by Professor Dr. Shirazul Islam, Department of Fisheries and Marine Bioscience, Joshua University of Science and Technology. Unfortunately, he is due to physical illness, he is not able to present today. Instead, I will do the same on behalf of Professor Dr. Shirazul Islam. The mangrove of Bangladesh region is the world's largest single mangrove, and the area of Sundarbans in Bangladesh is 6 lakh hectare, among which 90,000 hectare is water body, and there are about 450 rivers and canals in Sundarbans. The inhabitants of Sundarbans are generally affected by different natural calamities. It is noteworthy
that in 2020, due to Amphan, 10 million people are badly affected. The inhabitants of Sundarbans earn their livelihood mainly by collecting honey, catigos, collecting fishes, crabs, etc. Crab is notable among the livelihood means of coastal inhabitants or mangrove inhabitants. Many coastal and mangrove inhabitants are dependent on their livelihood by harvesting crab, in fattening and culture of crab. The total production of crab in this year is 12,500 metric tons, in which 60% comes from Sundarbans only. But very rare is known about the management of crab in Sundarbans region. It is maybe because of little information on population status, abundance, distribution pattern, exploitation status, and it is important to know the habitat distribution along with details with the fishing pattern of the resources for the proper management of crab in mangroves. For carrying out the study, territorial forest and deep forest were selected. 6 sampling stations in territorial forest were selected and 12 times sampling in 12 months was done. In total, 72 sampling was done in territorial forest region. For deep forest sampling, 4 ranges were selected: Chatila range, Khulna range, Satpai range, and Shalunkhula range, and total 24 stations were surveyed in these deep forest regions. Now comes categories of crab fishers. There are mainly 3 categories of crab fishers: daily, individual crab fishers, that means individual fishermen who generally fish in nearby rivers and canals, and they don't follow the lunar period and generally don't use any crab. Then comes daily pair crab fishers. They mainly consist of 2 people, generally a husband and wife. They generally fish in territorial mangrove forest up to 5 to 10 kilometers from their home, and they generally follow the lunar period. They fish in the full moon and new moon, and this is their profession, and they have
Question
license
answer
from the
question
forest
session কখন?
department, and they use fishing boats with different fishing gears and traps.
Question answering কোনো সেশন নেই?
Fishers,
Panel
that
discussion
means
এ
group
কোনো
of
question
fishers,
panel discussion
and they do their fishing in deeper mangrove forest. They fish in full moon and new moon for 6 to 7 days, and it is their sole profession, and they also have license from forest department, and they use different fishing gears and traps. Here there are some pictures of fishing gears and traps. Now comes crab fishing pattern. It is mainly 3 types: long line, crab trap, and idle hook. In our study, use of long line was found highest in Khulna region, but maximum use of long line was found in Shatila region in rainy season. The use of crab trap was found highest in Khulna, and idle hook was found highest in Bareilhatt. This figure shows the variation of using crab fishing gears in 3 major coastal districts of Bangladesh: Shatila, Khulna, and Bareilhatt. The use of long line and trap was found highest in 3 coastal districts. Now, this map shows the vegetation pattern. Sundari and Kaura was found abundant in low salinity range, that is Satpai range. Sundari, Kaura, Gadan was found abundant in middle salinity range, that is Khulna range, and Mosul, Gaura, Garan, Tiger ferns, etc. was found dominant in high salinity range, that is Shatila range. Spatial salinity was analyzed, and it was found highest in Shatila range and in the month of April. Shatila range is high saline. The TDS value shows highest range in Shatria region in the month of April. Now comes plankton distribution. In case of phytoplankton, major group was Diatom and it was abundant in Shalukula and Shatria district. In case of zooplankton, Copepod was major group and it was abundant in Shatria and Chatpai region. A soil vector was analyzed and in case of deeper forest in different sampling stations, mostly seed loam and loam, a texture of soil was found. The map on left side shows elevation pattern and west zone of Sundarban was found highly elevated and the map on right side shows the vegetation index and the green color shows high values of vegetation and the red color shows lowest values of
আমি পোস্টার প্রেজেন্টেশনে গেলাম
now comes
তো অনেকে ভিজিট করতেছে
the Casper unit report is by using long line and trap was found highest in Khulna region.
এখন মনে হয় ইয়ে করতেছে ওই যে মার্কিং করতেছে
The Casper unit report by long line and trap was also was highest in Shatria region. In case of sex ratio of territorial area, male matra was found abundant over female matra, and the percentage of male was found highest in Chappa region, and the percentage of female was found highest in Kshatriya region. In case of sex ratio of deep forest area, male was found abundant over female also, and similar to the territorial forest. Male was found highest in Kshatriya region and female was found highest in Kshatriya region. The graph shows crab abundance in 3 coastal districts, Kulgam, Kshatriya and Bagehar. Highest values of highest abundance of crab was found in September to October months in Khulna and Kshatriya region, and crab abundance was found nearly similar in all months in Bagehar district. Here the map shows crab abundance in different sampling stations of this map shows the crab abundance in sampling stations of deep forest. Here it shows that Kochikhali, Kotka, Tiatar are abundant in fishes, and in case of crab abundance, Chatpai range is under threat. Now comes the final conclusive findings, and these are crab collectors prefer different gear in their results. The long line is used widely for the coastal area. Different ranges have different water, soil, and vegetation characteristics that influence crab distribution. And Shagunka range is the morality saline with dominant vegetation of Sundari with crispers, large crab habitats. Crab abundance was higher in Kshatriya, but male crab is overexploited. Male crabs are dominated over female in all ranges, but the deeper part is more abundant with male crab. And crab distribution is influenced by different habitat factors, and female crabs are under safer state in all ranges. These are the final conclusive observations, and these are some details of activities in the research period. Thank you, and special thanks to the organizer for inviting us. Thank you. Thank you so much, Shamin, for your talk and sharing your research with us on behalf of Dr. Islam, and we also would like to wish Dr. Islam a speedy recovery. So now we have a joint Now we have a joint presentation on sustainable aquaculture in mangrove ecosystem in Transboundary Sundarban. This is by Ralph Hedges from Global Nature Fund Germany, Dr. Sardar Shafiqul Islam from WEX, Dr. Nimai Beda from LU, and Dr. Stephen Holler from Nature Land Germany. Welcome all of you.
Thank you very much. Introducing us, we are presenting our funny project, acronym, which stands for
উনি এটা দেখে করবে আমরা এটা দেখে
ওই হাত দিয়ে মুভ করে
পয়েন্টারটা
প্রেজেন্টেশন এটাই চলবে
হ্যাঁ আপনি ওটা দিয়ে দেন
So this project funded by the German government from BMZ, that means the German Ministry for International Cooperation, and the sponsor, which is also supporting this project in the States. So just short in a nutshell, the Global Nature Fund. We are an international foundation for environment and nature, and we are a non-profit, non-governmental organization, NGO, and we have been founded in 1998. We have offices in Ranoff-Zell near the Lake Coasters. This is in the south of Germany, next to the border with Switzerland. We have one office in Bonn and one in Berlin, and we are currently having 26 employees which are working on different projects. It is also important to mention that we are having a network of around 100 partner organizations worldwide, which is called the Blue Lakes Network. And we have 4 different programs, so to say. We are dealing in projects with water, nature conservation, business biodiversity, and development. So just a short overview about the coastal ecosystems in the world. We have different mangrove areas, which are mainly the tropical areas. We have sagebrush and seagrass, and these tropical or these global coastal ecosystems are very much important for low carbon sequestration. So it's very much important to protect the mangroves, as we have heard this morning several times. Here is a nice picture which shows the power of the mangrove tree in comparison to a tree, for example, in the rainforest. So there's much more opportunity for carbon sequestration than terrestrial. And on mangrove protection projects in India, Sri Lanka, Cambodia, and Thailand from 2014 to 16. And these are the ongoing projects in the context of mangrove protection and restoration topics. The first one is sustainable aquaculture in mangrove ecosystems. It's called SAGI, or acronym SAGI-1, we say, because we will have the second project phase. We start this year in this year, in July, August. We have a transnational partnership for resilience of coastal populations in South Asia. Together with these 2 projects, we are having this very nice symposium here today, because there are a lot of synergies between the different whole project will be closed. Okay, these are the Sundarbans from the NASA image, and this is like a look when everything is okay. And this is when intensive aquaculture comes on the field, and then we have to talk about. And I think I give over to Nimai from News. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I am Nimai Bera from Nature Environment and Wildlife Society. I think Nature Environment and Wildlife Society News is a non-profit organization. We are working since 1991 in the field of wildlife conservation and research, environment, ecology, and sustainable livelihood, awareness generation, the protection of ecosystem and ecosystem sciences. We are members of IUCN and also the wildlife board of West Bengal, India, and also we are a member of living lakes and oceans. We are accredited to global environment fraternity. Our vision is to ensure sustainable and functioning ecosystems for a wide planet, and our mission is to protect and restore the ecosystems and its services, flora, fauna, and their habitat for living. Currently, we are implementing 20 projects in 5 states of India, including 1 union territory. We are implementing the project Sustainable Aquaculture in Mangrove Ecosystem in cooperation with Global Vision Fund and in consortium with Natural and AD. Here you can see the pictorial diagram which are developed by our stakeholders to the Vision 2030. Our project is a multi-stakeholder project, so integration of multi-stakeholders is an important part in our project. So for integration of multi-stakeholders towards our Vision 2030 on healthy mangroves, thriving coastal communities, and robust aquaculture value chains in the Sundarbans. Several steps we have followed for the integration of these stakeholders. First of all, we have identified the stakeholders, and we have organized a visioning and engagement workshop with the help of Collective Leadership Institute, Germany, and then common understanding and key challenges are built with the stakeholders, and then 3 core groups, working groups were developed. The 3 groups are mangrove working group, livelihood working group, and habitual working group. In the 3 working groups, the stakeholders identified the goals and also jointly agreed implementation plan was prepared. And then regular dialogue events, meetings are done by the stakeholders, and then implementation of SIBI. For implementation of SIBI, in respect of the integration of mangroves, we have divided our SIBI farms into 2 categories: one is basic SIBI and other is standard SIBI. For basic SIBI, we have integrated the mangroves in 5 to 10% farm area, and for standard SIBI, we have integrated the mangroves in 20 to 30% of farm area. Here you can see the 2 models of these 2 types of SIBI. For basic SIBI, the mangroves are planted in the growing beds, and for standard SIBI, the mangroves are planted in the embarrassment as well as the small islands created in the plants. Here the mangrove species are planted, different species of Avicennia, Heritaria, Rhizophora, Regiera, Dinocarpus, Solanaceae, and Lupa, etc. And for extensive sort of agriculture with no feed, there are several shellfish and finfish species, annual species, famous monotype. And for this SIBI implementation, there are several activities. First of all, farm preparation, like land shaping and fencing. In this project, we have implemented in 29.46 hectare area, integrated 42 total farms or 42 farmers in 2 locations of India, of the Indian Sundarban. And we have implemented several technical capacity building of the farmers. And for mangrove integration, we have developed a central mangrove nursery, and the mangrove saplings from the central mangrove nursery are transferred to the silage farms. Talking of attenuated black tiger from sheep and plant freshwater prawn sheep are done. And the farmers of this silage project, they are regularly monitoring the sheep growth and also the mangrove saplings growth and also the water quality parameters in their farms. From stocking to harvest, the farmers are regularly recording their data in one farmer's diary. After the harvest, the farmers have sold the farmers directly sell their harvest to the local market. In our project, we have helped to link the farmers to one of the Farmers Producers Company Limited. That is Balaram Farmers Producers Company Limited. We call PFPCL for better price realization. PFPCL is the Farmers Producer Company which is governed by the Sundaram farmers and patronized by youths. Besides these activities, we are also conducting the scientific study of biblical dynamics with our one of the Apex Research Institute, Indian Institute of Science and Innovation and Research. And also we are conducting the soil carbon study with Sequence University. The whole science institutes are published in local and national newspaper and also Aqua International magazine. And also we have published one mangrove manual in the context of Indian Sundaram. Now the economic concept, after the 1 year our implementation, we have calculated the economic the result, the total yield and also the sale. When we compare the average yield before and after implementation of SAIDI, then we found that the average annual yield has been increased. You can see in the last graphical presentation. And also the average revenue has also increased after implementation of SAIDI. Gross revenue has been increased and also average gross profit and gross net profit also increased. The percentage of this increase of profit is the gross profit is 151 and net profit is 307 annually. These are the activities photographs of the central mangrove nursery we have developed, and these are the photographs of the stocking of seeds and farmers are monitoring the water quality and also seed growth. And the mangrove plantation and monitoring of the farmers, and also the as I mentioned that scientific study of biblical animals we are conducting in the field. The seed harvested sent to Balaram Farmers Producer Company. These are the activity programs. Thank you. Now I request you, Professor Sardar.
Thank you very much, Ralph and Luman. I am presenting in favor of Bangladesh Environment and Development Society Press. I want to say something about press. Actually, Bangladesh Environment and Development Society Press is a leading community-based, non-profit, environmental and development focused, non-government organization with the vision of living in harmony with the nature. PERS was established in 2010 for solving the complex social and environmental problems in Bangladesh and making harmony between human and nature, and it got its registration from NGO Affairs Bureau in 2013. The major area of activities of PERS are rural reconstruction, mangrove forest restoration, mitigation of climate change impact, livelihood, providing solar energy, and also pure drinking water to the Sundarbans coastal community, and also to improve their livelihood and addressing gender equity and also human rights. BETS has a number of partners and donors, of which Japan Environment and Education Forum, Global Nature Fund of Germany, Korea Foundation, Big Asia are mentionable. There are 10 projects running at this moment, and 62 projects are completed successfully since 2010. I want to say something about the SIME project. You know that the SIME is the Sustainable Aquaculture in Mangrove Ecosystem. Actually, in Sundarban coastal region, the land use pattern have been changing since 1980 after the introduction of shrimp culture, and the paddy lands was converted into shrimp farm from after the introduction of shrimp aquaculture. The saline water was blocked by making urban dam. So due to logging of saline water, both the mangrove and vegetable dam population were destroyed drastically. So the partners and German government, with the help of German government, the project was undertaken how to implement the aquaculture along with the mangrove restoration. Signing project was undertaken, and initially two visioning and engagement workshop was held in Kolkata and Pune at the early 2020. Vision was settled that Nimai was already mentioned vision, and to implement this SIME project, multiple stakeholder partnership program, that is MSP, was formed, taking three working groups by the government officials, civil society members, and local government representative, and also science, academy, and research organization are included in their working groups. And the active participation of working group members was ensured to implement the project successfully. But due to COVID outbreak, the active participation of team members, working group members was limited. To introduce the integrated mangrove aquaculture, pilot farming was started. I already mentioned that the integrated mangrove aquaculture is the aim of aquaculture ponds along with the mangrove plants. So, 20 pilot farms was piloting, taking 20 cluster farmers, and initially the Farmers Cooperative Society was formed, and the total area of that aquaculture pond was 5.18 hectares, and we planted more than 10,000 mangrove saplings into that aquaculture ponds, and the farmers are trained and they are supported, like their pond preparation and some technical support are also given. And most important thing is that we use the SPF, specifically free larva in the animal farm. Before that, we usually stock the larva from wild catch. We know that the process of wild harvesting or catching larvae from oil sources very harmful for aquatic biodiversity. And the farmers believe that the larvae from oil gases are more vigorous and more productive. But we convinced and we motivated the farmers to stop the specific pathogen-free larva so that they got very good results in terms of their productivity and survivability also. The farmers usually monitor the water quality parameters, they kept the records, they register regularly, and after that we trained 1,250 farmers, field farmers in 3 districts covering 4 sub-districts. I'll make it short. To provide some facilities to the IML farmers, a multi-purpose cooperative building was constructed. That building had several facilities. We know that shrimps and fish products are very perishable. It needs immediate cooling and maintaining the cool sink. And so we constructed a ice making factory, and that is also running. And the multi-purpose building also has the facilities of waiting and also the fish preservation facilities, and also know that to improve the value chain needs to market the fish and shrimp to their desired market. So it is not easy to transport the fish products to the desired market. So we are going to construct a boat for the IIM farmers, and the design of that boat is already approved by the government facility. And after that, the farmers will market their harvest unitedly. That will reduce their time, and middleman activity will be reduced, I think, and so that they will get good price of their harvest. We have also established 7 mangrove nurseries, and the women manage those nurseries, and around 300,000 mangrove saplings are produced there, so that the women community got a good revenue by selling the mangrove saplings. That improved their livelihood also. Finally, the future plan of science is branding of iron shrimp nationally and internationally, and to increase the IMM activities both in number of farmers and also the area, and also improve the productivity, total production, and raising of 1 million mangrove and fruit trees by the local women, and improving the livelihood of marginal farmers by promoting the mangrove-based products, of which the mangrove honey, mangrove pickle, molasses are mentionable. Thank you very much. Finally, I should acknowledge, I need to acknowledge the contribution of our partners, Global Nature Fund of Germany, Naturland, and also Nature, Environment, and Wildlife Society of Kolkata. So, and also the BMJ, German government, for supporting the science project, and also the major support for this symposium also comes from BMJ. Thank you, BMJ. So, now please.
Thank you, Professor Sada and Dr. Mila Nimai from me. We just give some few slides to show you, because we have a lot of partners we are working with, not just youth and vets. The closed mangrove protection project, we've been working together with different other partners, and I'm very glad and very impressed that a lot of these partners are here now for this conference, from Sri Lanka, from Maldives, from India, from Bangladesh, from Germany, from we have Papua New Guinea, I think this is a very good sign that we have this international conference here. If you would like to have more information about Global Nature Fund, just scan this QR code or look at the www.globalnature.org. The information is also provided in English, and that's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
I would like to thank you, all of you, the entire team of SAME project, for sharing success stories from India, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh about sustainable aquaculture and mangrove ecosystem. So it's quite inspiring. And, now I would like to request our co-chair, Dr. Rao, to summarize this session and also share takeaway messages from this session. Thank you.
Thank you, dear audience. I think a long session you enjoyed. So in this session, there was 7 distinguished presenters. I thank all of them. The first presentation was the nutritious pond feed, benefits of the nutritious pond feed, which based on dietary raising. And then second presenter addressed the synergistic effect of mangrove relief and feed in aquaculture. Our presenter addressed the charcoal for improved imported probiotics. Whether we suggested some local heroes, that means local local probiotics in aquaculture. The fourth presenter presented the certification of global GFP aquaculture standard. And fifth presenter addressed research questions for Shindobon. And sixth presenter addressed fat fishing pattern and habitats in Shindobon. And lastly, the good interaction and activities presented by presented from Waves and same projects. So distinguished guests, distinguished presenters, and I also thank all of you for your patience here in this session. Thank you very much.
প্রথম সেশনে তো ছিলাম তার প্রথম সেশনে So we would like to invite questions.
লিগ্যাল ওয়ার্ক করাচ্ছে আমার কোকা হবে আর ওর একটা আমার একটা সেশন 3 কোথায় পোস্টারে যাওয়া তারপর
Someone wants to ask a question?
We have a plenary session which will be start soon, and in this plenary session, all the I will request the audience to ask questions to your respective presenters. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for presenting such a wonderful scientific session.
Distinguished guests, in this stage of our symposium, there is a very short arrangement of refreshment for 10 minutes. There is an arrangement of tea outside. Those who want to take tea, please collect your tea and you are requested to come to the auditorium with me. I mention again, next session will be starting within a very short time. Thank you all.
হ্যালো স্টেশনে আমার কোনো কাজ আছে ভাইয়া এটা বোধহয় আর লাগবে না এখন আজকে। সাত দিক উল্টা 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 সোজা, ঠিক আছে। এবার বোধহয় এখানে কিছু লাগবে না, ছোট এদিকে বোধহয় কিছু লাগবে না।
একটু দিয়ে দিতে পারেন ওখানে ইউনিভার্সাল লাগবে, ইউনিভার্সাল না গোল গোল না হলে তো ফ্ল্যাট, ইউনিভার্সাল না হলে ঢুকবে না এটা। গোল যদি হয় তাহলে ঢুকবে না। ওরকম হলে ঢুকবে হচ্ছে, হ্যাঁ হচ্ছে।
পুরো ঢুকতেছে না। না স্পার্ক টাইপের সাউন্ড হচ্ছে।
ওখানে কানেকশনটা অফ করে তারপর ঢুকান, মানে মোবাইল থেকে না রেখে ঢুকালে তারপর মোবাইলটা মানে স্পার্ক হলে আমি তো দেখবো নিচে পড়বে ডাইরেক্ট ফ্লাইট দিয়েছে কিন্তু ভিতরে যাবে না।
এয়ারপোর্ট একটু করার সময় এই যে খুলে
ফুলের উপর অফ হয়ে গেল না স্যার।
এটা লাগবে
সাউন্ড ভিডিও সাউন্ড
এটা ওই দিকে ল্যাপটপের উপরে রেখে
লাগবে না
জানি না ভাই, আমাদের এই একটা এই দুটো তো লাগে।
আপনার এই ওই যে কার্ড চলবে
আমার না এটা এটা আরেকটা, এটা ওইটা যেটা বন্ধ।
তাহলে
and request all gathering to take their respective seats. I request our gathering to take their respective seats. I request our gathering to take their respective seats, please.
Welcome back to the station. It's a great pleasure to have you return to this room on time.
I request Panchana Kumar Dhari, GIZ, Dhaka, Bangladesh, to moderate the scientific session titled Panel Discussion on Ecosystem Approach Linking Coastal Livelihoods and Biodiversity Conservation.
Good afternoon. Can I have your attention, please? So this is our final technical session. This is a panel discussion, but what we will do, like until now, because one-way traffic, because they will tough on you, but the audience, because all inputs, there were question and answers. So we will also try to give you scope if you have really any pressing question on the presentation that we had in the last session. So you will have the opportunity to also ask. And we will try to do a panel discussion on ecosystem approaches linking coastal livelihoods and biodiversity conservation. So let me first ask our expert panel to come on the stage. So Dr. Nora is already here. Professor Dr. Nazmul Hussain is also here. I would like to request Dr. Stefan Alfred Brunapel, Dr. L.K. Hinston, and Dr. Stefan Roland to be on the stage, please. So the approach that we follow, so we will get small inputs or statements from our panel of experts, and after every input, I will give the floor to you, to the audience, so that you will have the chance to give immediate feedback. You can agree, you can disagree, or you can add if you want. We had many presentations in the last technical session on the coastal biodiversity. We already know that the coastal biodiversity in Bangladesh is really rich. We need to conserve that. And we have perspective mostly from the scientific researchers. What I missed a bit is the perspective from the community. Like when we look at our coastal region, our coastal region is also home for say approximately 40 million people. And if we look according to our last poverty map, so the extreme poor people are really living in the coastal communities, in the coastal zone. And their life and livelihood heavily dependent on these natural resources. And that has a clear link with the conservation of biodiversity. So if you want to really conserve the biodiversity of these coastal ecosystems, we need to think about the livelihood of the dependent communities. And this is what we'll do, let's say in the next 30 minutes, through this panel discussion, we will try to explore approaches. How can we link this coastal livelihood with the coastal biodiversity conservation? So I would like to request Professor Dr. Nazmul Hasan to keep up the discussion.
Thank you. Having more discussions tomorrow. As I tried to explain during my presentation, that we want to understand the relationship between mangroves and fisheries. Our forester or forestry researchers, in fact, Nora, she wants to say not to be forester. I consider her as a forest researcher, not forester. So, yeah, to understand that makes us, there are a lot of issues, but what I understand that whatever the issues we have, what is our ultimate objective, our ultimate goal, to conserve the resources or to sustainably use the resources, to ensure a healthy ecosystem for what reason? The only reason, given the context of the southwest particularly Bangladesh and other African countries, we have been going through severe experiences that the coastal areas are always left behind from the major economic developments, from major policy shifts. So when there is a policy shift, it always tries to capitalize the ultimate macroeconomic goal of the country without considering what might happen, maybe not in the future, but in the long run. So immediately, maybe the audience cash, some good indicators from macroeconomic development, and that was the reason that during the Green Revolution, during 1960s,
তো কোশ্চেনের অ্যান্সার হবে তো
introduced a high-yielding variety rice, pesticides, fertilizers, so our unique agricultural productivity skyrocketed. And then the next challenge came that sometimes maybe the salt water, the tidal water, they were creating some problem, or we need more lands because we are growing more food, and population is also increasing. To accommodate, immediately we came up with this solution, this engineering solutions that we start encroaching or compartmentalizing several areas from the coast. And once we started, and we never stopped until, as I mentioned, almost entire, not almost, entire coastal Bangladesh from southwest to southeast has been compartmentalized.
Battery low.
Then the hydrodynamics of the river, the natural hydrodynamics,
battery low
and all the problems that we have been discussing here are actually can be traced back to that part, that part. Because these coastal areas, the dynamic ecosystems,
has been there since 1991, and the community, they have been using these resources. And they have been, I was discussing with the moderator the other day that this is community's customary right on the forest, on the fisheries resources. They need to extract those resources. But another challenge came, that is the economic changes. Trade-based economy, this also changed the customary way of living. People used to use nipa palm leaves for hatching materials, for root materials, even say 10 or 15 years or 20 years back. So there was a market, and that market supported subsistence for the local community, but now nobody no longer uses nipa palm for hatching materials. The team replaced nipa palm. So these type of changes in other economic sectors also affecting how local communities they can maintain their livelihoods. It is only fisheries and aquaculture which is left for them to earn subsistence. So I with this new words or repeating words, I think I handle what
Yes, चालू करें. Ahid bhai.
Thank you very much, sir. I think two things came up. One is this national policy level. So, our experts pointed out that these coastal belts are always somehow left behind. They are compartmentalized. There is not many economic options available for the people, and they are heavily dependent on natural resources. This customary rights things came up. So, anything from your side, it's now your sons. May I have volunteers with microphones so that our audience can simply raise hands and volunteers can go there to
microphone আছে নাকি? Microphone আছে নাকি? ওটা দিয়ে দিতে হবে একজনের volunteer.
Any hands? Anybody wants to contribute? Okay. And also, like in the first two technical sessions, there were many presentations and there were scope for any questions. So almost all our presenters are also available. So if you have any question from the last two technical sessions, you are also allowed to ask now. If there is no hands, okay, please. Please be so kind to introduce yourself before your question.
Myself, Ilam Sinha, coming from India, from Nature Environment Wildlife Society. My question to Professor Golam Sherwar is nicely presented about the pesticide effect of the fishes and other aquatic animals. He mentioned in the definition that my question is that this endocrinology alteration or functioning of the functioning of the fishes.
Thank you. Professor Sorod is there.
Okay, thank you very much for your nice questions also. So actually, these pesticides and their transformation product, they normally, the alter the transcription of the particular, the ethnic that is very much related, the endocrine and related to the reproductive system. So way is that the report the study report showed that development their testes as well as their gonad also highly they inhibited for their the development when they compare with the control one. Okay, just apply the pesticide. Another one is the control form, and they measure the size of the gonadal index as well as the size of their testes and their egg. So it's just simply compare with this one. and they finally conclude that this is the outcome. But what's the mechanism behind this? That they alter, the expression of particular enzymes that is involved that the pathways to development the gonad and testis also. And actually, this type of experiment actually conducted in the species collected from the Gulf of Mexico and Gulf of Mexico because they are experiencing also some environmental stress like hypoxia as well as some contaminants, such type of pesticides and TP also. So yeah, from there, the reference I found that the mechanism is like this way, and they focus on highlight their only endocrine disruption, and of course their neural signaling the pathways also alter their expression, and because the expression becomes silence with the methylation of the particular DNA, some stress of DNA, the methylation was highly taken place. So their expression also becomes also silent. So like this way, the mechanism was behind. So finally the result this one, so they concluded just like this way, the reproductive system was severely hindered by this disease.
Thank you. Yes.
Myself, Dr. Devashish Dey from India, Central Institute of Aquaculture and Aquaculture. So, my question regarding the mangrove shrimp aquaculture system, represented Dr. Deepika Karul. So, he has shown that when the supplement the liquid are along with the feed, it is giving the synergistic effect. So, can you just throw some light whether the nutrient contribution from liquid, how much nutrient is delivering for the system? Okay. And another regarding this probiotic supplementation, and in that, what is the mode of delivery through local heroes? Just can you throw some light, please?
Take it first.
Thank you very much for your next question. Yes, we measured what are the nutrients and also anti-nutrient content in that fourth micronutrient. Actually, we found that the release of nutrients was dependent on the rate of decomposition of mangrove nutrient. We did not exactly measure the amount of how much nutrient is released in the system. We just correlated with the decomposition rate and depending on the decomposition rate, we produce more natural things like fertilizer and so on. But exactly we did not figure how much, the amount of nutrients. But we found that depending on the decomposition rate, both the nutrients and anti-nutrients are released in the system, and we found positive effects. Though there are some anti-nutrients, but we didn't find any negative. Yeah, we added actually the prescribed amount of liter from the previous experiment. We added 1 gram per liter in the closed tank system, and that was with accompanied with aeration. That's why there was positive effect. And we also did it in the mesoplasm, and there we followed the natural falling rate of this liter. It was 0.2 gram per liter in the pond.
Okay. I think the second question was related to Mr. Rakib.
Can I just have a supplementary question? Now that is up.
Go ahead.
I had this question, but now that I have a small question. You listed 4 varieties of mangrove trees, leaf litters of which are chronologically more important, and you put botanical names. Would you mind to share the names that you understand? Thank you.
and Sundari. That is known as the Apicala, Apicalaris, Capillaris, and Ericeira. That's what that is. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. The second question was directed to Mr. Rathod. Okay. Can somebody remind? Thank you. So what we did, we just developed some low cost enrichment media, and then providing bacteria culture into them, go overnight, and directly throw it to the pond water. So we basically isolate some water probiotics, water from water and soil, and also from plant, and then directly implement those bacteria into the water, and then we associate the cases in both water, soil, and insect. That's the track. Those it was 10 times 8 to 9 colonies per acre. Well, it was around 15 ml per okay, maybe we stop here. If you have really something, then you can have a one-to-one discussion later on. I think we should proceed. Myself, Professor Prashant Kumar Dixit, I am from Jabalpur University, Technical and Biological Department, and associated with NIU. I have one question with Dr. Ghulam Sharma. You have mentioned that USA and China is consuming or using pesticides more than us, actually India or Bangladesh. But according to Codex Alimentary System, their product is passing, but our product is not actually fulfilling the Codex Alimentary System, and that's why we are failing to actually export it freely or so I would like to know, or rather curiosity, how they are managing using this much pesticide. Professor Sharma, maybe it is precise, a quick answer.
Obviously, if you can determine the contamination of pesticide in their product, obviously you get that contaminated product. When they import some commodity or food item, they put some restriction on here.
কি পুরোপুরি করতে চেয়ে সেখানে আর কোনো কাজ নেই নিয়ে যান কেন শেষ
Another quick question, sorry. Actually, told that after pesticide, it will be more relevant after degradation. So, my other curiosity is that how company who are selling pesticide, they are saying that after 10 days or after 15 days, it will be safe to market that their product. I think this is their common perception. We also believe on that. So that is how we can explain that. Whether it is true or not.
স্যার কথা করতে দাও না সাউন্ড হচ্ছে আরে ওই মুখের দ্বারে আমি দেখতেছি ঠিক আছে হ্যাঁ আরে থেকে মেলা দূরত্ব এই জন্য হচ্ছে না
পিসি রাখে যাব তারপর কালকে এসে আবার সেটআপ করা লাগবে ভাই চেক ভিতরে রেখে দেব একটা পিসি তো আমি রুম চেঞ্জ করবো আজকে আমার কাছে কিছু দেখা যাবে আমি ঝামেলার মধ্যে আছি হলে থাকতে দিচ্ছে না নামাই দিচ্ছে এদিকে যেতে হচ্ছে না এদিকে টিউশনে যেতে হচ্ছে না বসে ক্যান্সেল করাই দিবে
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you very much. I feel honored to be on this panel. I do not know much about marine ecosystems, but I'm very happy to be here. And what I really could share with you is a small experience that KfW has with a project to protect tiger habitats in the Sundarbans in India, in Bangladesh, and also in Nepal and Bhutan and Thailand and Myanmar. And I think there we have a connection between biodiversity and livelihood protection of the communities that live around. So this project is being implemented by IUCN and is on the ground delivered with Wild Teams, that is an NGO in Bangladesh. And I think this project shows that working with the inhabitants of the surrounding communities, taking their needs serious and giving them protection and also supporting them in awareness creation and also in their proudness of being technology and taking advantage of the animals still roaming in very few areas of this country. I think that can be seen as a success of combining biodiversity protected livelihood. Certainly not all livelihood measures can be successful. For example, could be still illegal because there we always have to see how can local communities really profit from how can tourism be done in a way that doesn't harm the environment. But I think it is a start. Maybe so much just a little example how KfW has been trying here to find these solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Elsie. Taking in another perspective of the humanitarian conflict, ecotourism, so many more things came up. So maybe time for one or two quick questions before we move to our next expert from the audience. Any hands? Our young students in the back, your time now.
Myself, Janishan from Pune University. I have a question to the respected oracle about the Sundarban ecosystem management project. As this topic is very much related to fisheries, we already know. So my question is there any opportunity for fisheries and marine research technology graduates from Pune University to work with you in this project?
Thank you very much for that question. This is a new project that Pune University leads, and a big part of what the Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research does is capacity building. We are very interested in having especially young people, but also government officers and others who are concerned with the resource, to be involved and encouraged and to have their skills upgraded. So there's quite a few positions in this project we were just discussing yesterday for students at every level, undergraduate, master's, and PhD. And I think there's one funded postdoc. So the idea is that, if you are international development project, even our projects, ACR projects, they can be quite long term. But if you come from the outside, eventually the project ends. So the logic of training local people who will continue to use their training to support their country, they will be there for their whole career. and they will contribute for their whole career. So this is a way to have an enduring impact. So we're very much in favor of student participation. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you. There's one more. Yes, please go ahead.
I am Mohammed Anderson, Division of Correspondence from the Orange College Division, Bangladesh. My question is to Mr. Mustabil Rahman regarding phytoplankton community. In his presentation, is he present here? No? Okay, you can ask. Okay. My question is, he mentioned in his presentation, the estuary side is more phytoplankton than harvesting side. And I want to know actually what is the reason, and is there any emission, pollution, water pollution, and abundance of phytoplankton? This is my question. Thank you.
There's another thing. Okay, so the presenter is not here, I guess. There's somebody who wants to respond to this question from the lab. Okay, unfortunately the presenter is not available now. We're sorry. Let's move on to the next question.
Thank you. This is for Isabel Sharo. I am working with Friendship. This is our organization. Mostly they are particularly working in the coastal areas. So my question is to Dr. Nazrul Hassan. Nazrul Hassan, yes, sorry. Yeah. Very simple question. You know, sir, we are working in the Shamnagar, Shatya, those areas, and you study also those areas. And you mentioned that the salinity is increasing day by day. And at present, people are using their land for shrimp culture. But right now, the people they are again they want to shift to the farming. So, what is the possible solution for that? You can recommend for those particular the families or farmers who wants to shift again to agriculture.
Yeah, there is no one short solution. First of all, the salinity is increasing day by day. It is not increasing day by day. There are some patterns, there are some trends. So, it is now the shift in the areas. The most salinity, the area which is low, this is saline. Now it is no longer that much salinity when it goes down, and then this saline area becomes more saline area. It means that there are some changes, some natural forces taking its own course. So changing salinity regime as well. So we should investigate and have in-depth understanding how salinity gradient shifting or changing from the entire coastal area, because you know that there are a lot of things going on upstream, freshwater sources, which definitely affect the downstream salinity area. And then the next question was how to address the challenge of bringing back nutrient to rice. That's what we have been discussing. Our options and activities which are achievable and doable within a given project period. So definitely we have some recommendations after the preparation of this model, and so we will share.
Thank you. I think this is really a pressing topic, and there is no real shortcut answer. I think we need to invest for a longer period and really see what would be the options for the people here. And there are many small trials, driven by many small projects, but we need something on a longer term. With that, let's move to our next expert. I would like to request Dr. Stefan Alfred Brunner, great on linking livelihood and biodiversity.
Thank you very much.
would like to make the world today with consistent science or and we have a good old term in fishery science and system research, carrying capacity. And somehow we will also today kind of firework of really good ideas of what to do with this green belt. And definitely the answers in aquaculture and fishery and mangroves themselves. But there is a limit, and depends very much. I wish that it was longer, but it's not. So there is a lot of research still needed, and I think that is where also the universities really come in. So events like today, a limited impression that is not very often the occasion given that there are also different viewpoints and these also really come together and then come together and are discussed. I think to understand something like the Sundarbans, which is a long time around already and directly in front of the hospital, say, needs to be a kind of program, programming, better coordination of what you would really like to know. And starting like for example with the mud crabs, females are threatened that's something if you know that you know how much it's cost in the Sundarbans. And I think Forest Department went to the first steps start up a catch monitoring is more than needed. But not only that, at the same time, all these different resources to look how they are connected with each other. We spoke earlier about the connection with deep water and the Sundarbans, any kind of mangroves. It's not so easy to quantify that. It's a really for recruitment or only for nursery or only for spawning. That all these basic questions still need answers. I think all these would prove definitely to our visions on what kind of livelihood is really sustainable. And still get impression there's a lot of roles into it. A lot of people can live in these green blue belts from fishery and mangroves. But there's also then the question of what is with the rest? There's really a carrying capacity. Which there's an easy answer. The answer, well, then go to Dhaka, the textiles industry, or Tibet, get a broader education that you're not only dependent on these primary resources. I don't know, I'm not in the position to answer that, but somewhere there, I think, on the way, we need to approach how many people can live from this new
computer mobile and this अब hang में
यार मारे
Thank you for bringing in this perspective. Yes, like many of our say conservation projects, we were working on the hypothesis like once you work with the alternate livelihood of the dependent community, that we have a clear effect on the impact on the biodiversity conservation. Many projects work with that hypothesis, but nowadays we are also having empirical evidence that many of these alternate livelihood projects has really minimum impact on biodiversity. In many cases, the link is get lost, and it doesn't really work that linear. So maybe 1 or 2% of the audience on this. Yes. Okay. Yes.
Maybe not really specific to the subject, but the question that I have is, so we don't know, because from my point of view, I would like to see that the Sundarbans is protected and it's conserved. At the same time, the people who are living off of that can continue with their livelihood. Now, if there is a relationship that we need to understand, then how do we then find out how many people would actually not damage and actually symbiotically can survive, make a livelihood at the same time, not only damage can actually preserve the species member that you're talking about. How do we know that?
Thank you.
Somebody want to respond?
Well, starting with good sources, it's a classical question in forestry efficient. You have to know what is the stock and what's the recruitment, how much you can take. And even that we cannot answer. We simply don't have any data that enough to start with that. But that's just the first step. That we can do.
I just wanted to say that I couldn't agree more with that. There is a lot of basic data from different parts of the Sundarbans, different aspects of the ecosystem, but there's not very much long-term or integrated data. There's a lot of sort of episodic bits and pieces. And we really need to bring together what we know and synthesize so that we have a better platform to go forward.
I am Musharraf Hussain, Assistant Professor from the University of Science and Technology. I have a question, Honorable teacher and brother, Dr. Sheikh Mustafizur Rahman. I saw the negative impact of microplastics in your presentation. Last time, the question, how the microplastic affect the endocrine system, and you just mentioned that এটি কনজার্ভের জন্য শুধুমাত্র আমাদের ইসি দরকার শুধুমাত্র বলে সচেতনতার দরকার এই সচেতনতা বৃদ্ধি ছাড়া আমাদের সাইন্টিফিক কোনো ওয়ে আছে কিনা যেটার মাধ্যমে এই মাইক্রোপ্লাস্টিককে দমন করা যায় এবং সুন্দরবনকে কনজার্ভ করা সম্ভব
Okay, so Mustafa is right. Yeah. So please take a break. We're running out of time. Thank you so much. Very big problem. So, what is the time? I should mention it. There is some biological mechanism. So, I'll tell you later how to minimize microplastic pollution. First is don't concern about ourselves. Like this situation, in this session, we might use any microplastic. So, you have to first minimize this thing. Then you have to do what? Other biological activities. Thank you. Okay, let's move to our next expert, Dr. Stefan Holland from Nasuland. Okay.
Yes, I agree. I'm sorry that I just wanted to add something. When we talk, for instance, about using the Sundaban, then we have problems. Then the type of knowledge that we are lacking is what is the ecology of our aquaculture system. So we were talking about carrying capacity. So how do we define the carrying capacity of the system? And how do we set limits that it is sustainable in the long run? For the activities that we do in the broader landscape with, in that case, food production to aquaculture. And and that is a challenge because in the many years that I worked in aquaculture, I saw that attention to ecology of aquatic production has gone down in the aquaculture community. And so there is a need to do more with basic understanding, to generate more basic understanding on how these systems are working when they are sustainable. Because only then we can start thinking of integrating aquaculture systems in a sustainable way to the problems. That is different from technological solutions. So we often go with aquaculture that we say we can deal with the waste, we can collect fish, we can use it, but if you bring it in a broader landscape, then your broader landscape must be able to deal with that waste. So this knowledge we don't have. So that's the challenge for young students. There is a whole toolkit of knowledge that should be developed. In the long run, we want to develop food systems that are sustainable, that help with biodiversity, and so we need to restore our landscapes, not the other way.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for bringing in this perspective. Okay, let's move to after a ceremony.
Just a second follow-up. So what are you saying? Are you saying that aquaculture is the most important to sort of preserve, or it's the most important indicator to understand?
Well, when we do an activity, so aquaculture is not an isolated activity. It fits in a broader landscape and is part of our food system. And the only thing I say is that if we want our food systems in the long run to be supportive towards human life and not destroying biosphere, which it depends, then we really need to develop the knowledge that allows us to produce in a broader landscape without destroying the landscape. So there are many examples here with microplastics, with pollutants, with, so we do a lot of things in agricultural practices, including in aquaculture, that we are destroying the wider landscape. And, in the long run, that's something we cannot continue doing. Because more people are coming, more pollution, we destroying the world. So we need to develop the knowledge with continue producing food and producing nature, because we need to do, and do that in a sustainable way. Is that answering your question, or?
Okay, maybe you need to discuss.
Thank you very much. It doesn't answer the question. It allows me to understand it very clearly.
Okay, great. Okay, let's move to our next expert from the panel, Dr. Stephen Roland.
Yeah,
thank you very much. Yes, actually not too much to get from my side. I just would like to point out again that importance. If you want to protect biodiversity and ecosystems, we have to include the people. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So we have to give people a possibility to profit, to make their livelihood. Otherwise, it's not happening. It's like, I think the mistake was done in many African countries. We have a natural reserve, but the people are totally kept out of that. And that's not working. We need to give people an option to profit from the biodiversity, and at the same time we have to reward these people. They are protecting the biodiversity, so we have to reward them, and we have to find a way how they can make their livelihood in a sustainable way. And of course, that's exactly the difficulty what we need to find out. How can people make a living in a sustainable and environmental friendly way? So the community can profit from it, and the people can profit from that as well. But if I'm allowed, I have a short question actually. I know that Bangladesh is unique in that case that they do not yet produce the Manamili shrimp, right? And I do not know if that is still the case, but I would like to know if maybe from some government official or who knows about that, is there still the intention to not to produce the Manamili shrimp here in Bangladesh, just keep it in Black or what is the current discussion?
The trial is ongoing. I think, is there anybody from Philip or right? Go ahead.
Briefly, yeah,
basically, case by case for the farm, the Department of Fisheries, they will give permission for banana transfer from this.
And the trial is ongoing in near by 5 years, as I know.
They're already done. Okay. So now the Department of Fisheries, the Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock, they have to get permission to the farmers or the stakeholders or case by case for culture to culture land. But not for all.
Thank you. Maybe let's move to Laura now for her session. Because we are almost at the hour, right?
Okay, so the question that was posed to us was about the relationship between biodiversity and livelihoods. And to me, this is a question, this is about basic ecology, right? In ecology, everything is connected to everything else. So if I make a little perturbation over here, it affects everything in the system. So there's a need to have knowledge that allows integration across the subcomponents. Some of biodiversity is a foundation for livelihoods. So some of it is products that we harvest from ecosystems directly, like the fish that people are extracting to eat and to sell. Okay, those fish sit on top of a trophic structure, a food structure, which is their ecology. So, for example, they exploit the eggs of the grapsid crabs, the little tiny crabs that are in the litter. People don't eat them directly, but we eat the fish that rest on those little crabs. And those crabs will not be produced if the system as a whole is not healthy, if the water is polluted, the salinity is excessive, etc. So we, in operating in ecosystems to maintain livelihoods and generate growth, we have to be mindful of that integration across all those parts. And that's part of what we're trying to do in our new project, to integrate those pieces, because they are interdependent.
Thank you, Nora. We're looking forward to the new project. And we want to get some of it. Okay. Maybe time for one or two last question and then we have to wrap up.
My question is there to Dr. Ram or no? My question is there to Dr. Ram or no? We have discussed global gap ecosystem survey safe and responsible farming around the world. And comparison to global gap ecosystem, what are the lacking? Present in Bangladesh, we have an idea. I think what are the solutions? What are the solutions to improve this problem? Or how can we improve the lacking in respect of Bangladesh?
Thank you very much for your question. I was saying that when I had experience in Vietnam situation in the last 20 years ago, our culture is very starting from that time is old. The time is very small, and I don't know exactly here. Imagine just the situation is similar to Bangladesh now in Vietnam. So at that time, because we got a lot of fund from outside, the sponsor
from international organization, and they just provide capacity building first in the educate people from governments, and then government have to provide training to the farmer. And I think the most important is to gather the farmer, the small farmer, together in one big organization, as you say. For small one, and we come together and use the big one. I remember the Vietnamese government set up the association. They call now it's VASEP, very strong export import association now, and that is my experience when I work in government. In terms of the global gap quality, I think the most important we need to start as from water quality, because the food safety is already very important for all kind of aquaculture sector. Right? If you want to export the stream to outside country, of course they need the quality food. So if you control the water, it's not contaminated water. So and our standards also very strict requirement in terms of the input water quality. And I think in brief, I think in our time, just interest on the supply chain. Of course, you need to have the consumer, the final consumer, and then the retailer need to recognize the product. So if you have all the sector involved in the production aspect, so it's going to be very helpful. Thank you very much. Okay. Point, last question maybe, then we have to close.
Before sharing my question, I want to say something regarding the first session of today. Basically, there is a discussion about the destruction of natural population. And so far we know around 49 hectare area mangrove, that is air mangrove, was destruction during the project, government project. But another government also funded more than lakh hectare area under plantation, right? So it's a positive thing that Bangladesh government in Bangladesh basically only 49 hectare area, which is documented under the destruction, but more than 100 times or 1,000 times area planted by Bangladesh government, and this is the positive side, which basically not addressed here. And my question basically, here we discussed about the healthy mangrove and sustainable fishing, but if you consider the coastal community livelihood, there are other livelihood options, and basically the livestock and poultry, and livestock also contribute to healthy soil as well as healthy environment. So we want to discuss holistic way so that our coastal community get sustainable for the long term. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this last part from Mohit is something that we have to look at the holistic picture. And as you rightly mentioned, this coastal administration is one of the great successes of Bangladesh Forest Department. And in our coastal zones, we have both the natural mangrove, the great Sundarban, but we have also our planted mangrove, and in many cases it turned into a national forest almost. And some of them are already declared as national parks. So some of them are already declared as protected areas. And this coastal forest is now almost close to 50% of the total forest of Bangladesh, as far as I know. With that, I think we need to close the session. I think it was a very intensive day, and there will be a scope tomorrow. There will be, I think, 3 technical will join